Chapter 5018. Inside the Yin-Yang Gourd. The moment Little Gold's weak body was sucked into the gourd, Ling Xiao put it into the Dongshang Emperor ring. Ling Xiao woke up. His cultivation had ended. After being tempered by the yin-yang bone-dissolving water, his body's strength finally increased again. 11 dragon patterns appeared on his body. This was a genuine high-quality Emperor artifact. It was on the same level as the yin-yang gourd. The current Ling Xiao could even swim in the yin-yang bone-dissolving water without any problems. Feed Little Gold the healing pill. This guy is very weak and needs immediate treatment. Senior Bai Yi, Qin Huang, I'll rely on you guys. Give Little Gold all your divine essence to help convert the healing pill. Although I don't know what happened outside, it must have been a fierce battle. Lotus Flower actually dared to hurt Little Gold like this. I'll definitely beat him up until he can't even recognize his own father. Ling Xiao is very angry now. Very angry. However, he suppressed these emotions because he was facing an even bigger problem now. That was the counterattack of the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. The yin-yang bone-dissolving water wasn't an inanimate object. It was alive. However, this bit of counterattack was actually not much of a threat to Ling Xiao. His body strength was equivalent to a high-quality Emperor artifact. His cultivation had also broken through to the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm. He was 100 times stronger than when he was trapped in here. Not only that, in the process of absorbing the yin-yang bone-dissolving water, Ling Xiao had also mastered the usage of the yin-yang bone-dissolving water. Merging the yin-yang bone-dissolving water into the Yellow Springs water caused the power of the ocean god Yellow Springs formation to become even more terrifying. The yin-yang bone-dissolving water turned into a huge monster and pounced on Ling Xiao. It was trying to make a final struggle. This guy didn't want to be completely absorbed by others. Unfortunately, with its current strength, it could only reach the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Body Realm at most. But Ling Xiao, who was at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm, could deal with a beast at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Body Realm. Wasn't that just like playing around? Let's try the new move, God-Defying Art. 8-word stance. After repeated use of the 7-word stance, he had already cultivated it to greater mastery. Before the 6-word stance sword technique, he had already reached perfection. The 8-character stance was automatically mastered. Actually, what Ling Xiao was looking forward to was learning all 10 levels of the God-Defying Art, which were represented by numbers. What kind of qualitative change would it usher in? After all, every level of improvement could only be considered a quantitative change. Only a qualitative change could truly excite him. 8 streaks of sword light directly pulverized the yin-yang skeletal beast. The Void God Sword absorbed the last of the yin-yang bone-melting water's power. The yin-yang gourd was basically a decoration now. The yin-yang gourd originally had 2 uses. First, it could suck people in and trap them. This relied on a special array formation. This array formation had already been broken by a Yuan Venerate, so Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. The second effect was the corrosive effect of the yin-yang bone-melting water. But now, there was no need to worry. The yin-yang bone-melting water's energy had basically been absorbed by Ling Xiao. The remaining energy had been converted into potential and stored away. Therefore, to him, this thing was just a decoration. Reverse God Sword. Eat it. Ling Xiao also hoped that his Void God Sword could become a high-quality monarch armament as soon as possible and have 11 dragon patterns. Furthermore, this would also be his way out. Rather than escape, it would be better to let the Reverse God Sword eat the yin-yang gourd so that Lotus Flower wouldn't use this thing to trick people in the future. The violent power lasted for half an hour before it completely subsided. Cold Plum was the initiator of this explosion. Although she wasn't injured, she was already exhausted. She fell to the ground and stared at the battlefield in the sky, hoping that Lotus Flower was already dead. At this juncture, the 8 great factions destroyed the armored dragon with the help of the Pishio dragon. This was considered a small victory. However, they weren't happy at all. The key to this battle was still Great Emperor Lianhua. They would only truly win if Great Emperor Lianhua died. Otherwise, it would be impossible. However, killing the armored dragon was also a small part of their victory. The 8 great factions joined forces with the Pishio dragon and entered the battle again. They weren't strong enough. They couldn't help Fanghua and the others deal with lotus flower. Thus, they could only take advantage of this opportunity to kill the remaining 7 dragons. Did they succeed? Fanghua and Long Chun were also paying attention to lotus flower. After gathering the power of the 9 realms of the 4 realms, this crazy attack exhausted Cold Plum to the point of collapse. Even if lotus flower didn't die, he should be half dead. It's so painful. It's so painful. You guys did really well. Suddenly, lotus flower's crazy and smug laughter came from the void. A black vortex appeared. Lotus flower walked out from it. Although the treasures on him were basically all destroyed, leaving only the yin yang gourd and 2 monarch armaments with 10 dragon patterns. However, he had dodged a catastrophe. Even so, Emperor Lianhua was still very unhappy, because he had used the dimensional talisman that he had used to escape. There was only one spiritual talisman, and it could only be used once. Once it was used, it would be gone. Originally, he had planned to use it when he met an opponent that he couldn't fight against, but this time, he had no choice but to use it, because he realized that if he didn't use it, he would die. Even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. With Fanghua and Long Chen's strength, it was enough to kill him. He didn't want to see that result. He's still not dead? Cold Plum's eyes were full of disappointment. She felt that her attack was really in vain. Of course, she didn't know that Lotus Flower had used the dimensional talisman. If she had known, she wouldn't be so depressed. Her attack not only destroyed most of Lotus Flower's treasures, but also forced him to use the dimensional talisman. It could be said that Lotus Flower's escape route was cut off. With the dimensional talisman, Lotus Flower could escape even when he was on the verge of death. But now he couldn't. Cold Plum should be proud. Not only was her attack effective, but it was also very effective. Although she couldn't kill him, it was enough to do this. I am an invincible existence, immortal existence. How can you kill me? Ling Xiao failed, so don't think about succeeding. Great Emperor Lianhua was still bluffing, because he was afraid that these people would know his secret. He had to make these people lose their fighting spirit. Otherwise, if he used another attack like Xiao Jin, he would have to lose another clone. That would be too tragic. I don't believe that you're immortal. Long Chun suddenly attacked, and his giant dragon body brazenly charged towards Lotus Flower. At this moment, Lotus Flower was very weak. He didn't dare to fight against Long Chun at all. Therefore, he recalled all the giant dragons. Except for the Pishio dragon, which was controlled by Ling Xiao, the other 6 giant dragons all merged into his body. His strength skyrocketed in an instant. His weakness recovered in an instant. Chapter 50-19. Boom. The huge dragon claw collided with Lotus Flower. Long Chun was actually forced back. At this moment, Lotus Flower had condensed the power of 6 dragons and his own strength. Not only had his strength recovered, but he had also become stronger, far surpassing Long Chun. If Long Chun did not fight with his life on the line, this would definitely be the result. However, the Golden Dragon's defense was amazing. Although he was forced back, Long Chun was not injured. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Sister-in-law, Little Gold and Cold Plum have already done what they should have done. It's my turn now. Stop. Fanghua shook her head and said, I can feel that your brother is coming back. Don't sacrifice your life for nothing. As expected, Long Chun was so angry that he did not carefully observe the situation around him. Now that he calmed down, he noticed that Ling Xiao's aura seemed to be getting stronger. This meant that he was about to appear. The situation has changed. The king is about to return. Everyone, listen up. Do your best to weaken this monster. When Big Brother Ling Xiao returns, we will completely kill this monster. Long Chun shouted loudly. The warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had already been freed from the battle against the giant dragon. They could finally contribute their strength to deal with Lotus Flower. You guys really don't give up. I've said it before. Ling Xiao is already dead. He will never return. You guys are really stupid to place your hopes on that trash. Lotus Flower laughed disdainfully. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Fanghua took out the Eternal Temple and hung it high in the sky. Everyone, pour all your strength into the Eternal Temple. she said loudly. At this moment, she was full of confidence. She believed that Ling Xiao would definitely return. Long Chun, stop this guy. Don't let him interfere with our actions. Understood, sister-in-law. Although Long Chun knew that he was no match for Lotus Flower, he had a way to prevent Lotus Flower from interfering with Yu Fenghua's actions. The huge golden dragon suddenly pounced on Lotus Flower. Fight to the death without retreating. At this time, the experts of the 9 worlds formed a battle formation and poured their power into the Shrine of Eternal Life. The Eternal Temple's aura grew stronger and stronger. Although this power was not as terrifying as the ancient war tree, but at the same time, it was also the gathering of the power of 100,000 experts. It was definitely not weak. Scram. Lotus Flower had already used the dimensional talisman and all his defensive magic treasures had been destroyed. He didn't want to take this terrifying blow at all. He punched Long Chun's body in a frenzy. However, Long Chun was like a mountain rooted in the ground. He did not move at all, even though the dragon was spitting out blood. However, Long Chun's eyes were filled with hope and a cold smile. They're all lunatics. Ling Xiao is a lunatic, and so are his friends. Do you want to die? Lotus Flower felt incredulous. Why were these ants from the 4 regions and 9 worlds so fearless of death? Actually, with Long Chun's strength, if Long Chun chose to avoid his attacks and fight with him, it would be very difficult for him to kill him. But now, in order to stop him, Long Chun did not dodge at all. They were all fighting head-on. It would be strange if he didn't die like this. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lotus Flower wanted to avoid Long Chun and stop Yu Fenghua. However, Long Chun's tenacity was beyond his imagination. If he did not kill or knock out Ling Xiao, it would be impossible for him to pass by Ling Xiao. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my dead body. Dragon extinction is tyrannical. Long Chun was not completely passive. He also had the ability to counterattack. Although this kind of counterattack did not cause much damage to Lotus Flower. However, Long Chun believed that what he did was not useless. Damn it! The powerful dragon extinction was a real dragon extinction. Even Lotus Flower did not dare to force his way through. He had to dodge, so he was even further away from Yu Fenghua's Shrine of Eternal Life. Everyone, don't be stingy. Attack with all your might. The Fire Emperor roared. Ling Xiao is coming back. Before he comes back, we must cripple this guy. Hee, maybe by the time Sovereign Ling Xiao comes back, we'll have already killed this old monster. The Thunder Emperor laughed. No matter what, don't hold back. Go all out, go all out, go all out. Yang Shuyi roared. Everyone was attacking crazily. The light on the Shrine of Eternal Life became brighter and brighter, and the energy accumulated more and more. Fortunately, the Shrine of Eternal Life was an Emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand so much energy. Long Chun, get out of the way. Finally, at a certain moment, Yu Fenghua had completed the condensation of power. The power accumulated on the Shrine of Eternal Life had reached its peak. What a joke. Do you think it's useful just because you're strong? I was imprisoned just now. That's why I got hit. Now, what right do you have to attack me? Lotus Flower sneered. His words made many people's hearts turn cold. That's right. Lotus Flower was not only powerful, but he was also extremely fast. No matter how powerful the Shrine of Eternal Life was, it would not have any effect if it could not be attacked. What about this? Before anyone could react, Long Chun had already returned to his human dragon form and grabbed Lotus Flower. Sister-in-law, attack me. He roared. Lunatic, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Lotus Flower was firmly imprisoned by Long Chun and could not move. He never thought that this lunatic would use such a method to deal with him. Although the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were weak, their spirit made him feel terrified. Yu Fenghua hesitated, although she knew that attacking directly was the right thing to do. However, she couldn't kill Long Chun. Long Chun was one of Ling Xiao's best brothers. He had followed Ling Xiao all the way from the Heavenly Dragon continent. How could she do it? Sister-in-law, do it quickly. I can't hold on any longer. Long Chun roared. Ha ha ha, she doesn't dare. She doesn't dare to do it. She's afraid that Ling Zhao's soul will blame her. Lotus Flower laughed wildly and attacked Long Chun fiercely, trying to send him flying. Yu Fanghua closed her eyes and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Farewell, Long Chun. At that moment, many people cried. Young powerhouses used their lives to protect their dignity in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This spirit had not appeared in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for many years. Whether it was Little Gold, Cold Plum, or Long Chun, they were all related to Ling Xiao. They were like Ling Xiao. They were talented and could give up their lives for victory without hesitation. Boom! The Shrine of Eternal Life hit its target. A strong wind blew between heaven and earth again. The terrifying power blew the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds all over the place. People held onto the ground tightly and looked at the explosion in the sky. They hoped that Lotus Flower would die after the smoke and dust dissipated. This was already the 2nd time they looked forward to it. Last time, they were disappointed. No one knew what would happen this time. Chapter 50-20. Long Chun, why are you there? Someone discovered a strange situation. Long Chin, who was going to perish together with Lotus Flower, actually appeared where the Paixio dragon was standing. The Paixio dragon had disappeared. I don't know either. It feels like I was teleported here by some kind of power, Lin Feng said. Long Chun was still confused. He had already decided to sacrifice his life. However, at the moment of the explosion, something had replaced him. Although I'm not very sure, I think it has something to do with Ling Xiao. That Paixio dragon seems to have been hit by Ling Xiao's illusion. Yu Fanghua analyzed. Yes, it's very likely. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. Everyone deeply agreed. Damn that Ling Xiao. He can't even let people rest in peace after he dies. Damn it, I've lost another life. Lotus Flower's voice sounded again. The body that had been blown to pieces reassembled. When the experts of the 4 regions and 9 realms who were almost exhausted heard this voice, they fell into despair again. They had already gone all out, but they still couldn't kill Lotus Flower? Could it be that this guy was immortal? I understand now. Yu Fanghua's intelligence was definitely not inferior to Ling Zhao's. When she heard Lotus Flower's voice, she made her own conjecture. 3 avatars, plus the main body, that's 4 lives. Then, he absorbed the lives of 6 dragons. That's 10 lives. However, his main body, the Demon Lord's body, has already been destroyed by us. Just now, we destroyed another one of his dragon lives. He should still have 7 lives now. When Yu Fanghua said this, Emperor Lianhua clearly showed a look of shock. This woman actually guessed it. It seemed that there were quite a lot of talents in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ha 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 ha, you guessed right. However, I don't have 10 lives. To be precise, each soul has 13 lives. 9 dragon lives, 4 original lives. It was a pity that Ling Xiao, that lunatic, had destroyed 3 souls. That left me with 13 lives. And you killed the armored colossal dragon and occupied the Paixio colossal dragon. He had killed the dark fiend evil dragon. That made my life 10. You guys just killed another 3. So there are only 7 left. But looking at your situation, do you still have a way to get rid of my remaining 7 lives? Emperor Lianhua laughed maniacally. At this moment, Xiao Jin was sucked into the yin-yang gourd. Cold Plum was completely exhausted and could no longer fight. The experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had basically used up all of their divine essence. They couldn't even fight. The only ones who could fight were Yu Fanghua and Long Chun. However, neither of them were at their best. Yu Fanghua had expended close to 50% of her spirit essence because of the attack just now. She was only left with half of her strength. Because Long Chun was injured, he could only unleash half of his strength. What to do? This was simply the most desperate situation. Sister-in-law, can you still fight? Long Chun looked at Yu Fanghua and asked. Yes. Yu Fanghua nodded. Since that's the case, let's use the last of our strength to kill another one of his lives. This way, when Big Brother comes back, it will be easier. Long Chun said. He could feel that Ling Xiao's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Although he didn't know where Ling Xiao was, he was sure that he would return soon. There was no doubt about that. You guys really don't give up. You 2 half-dead people actually want to kill me again? Do you really think I'm easy to provoke? Lotus Flower was in a bad mood. He was actually looked down upon. The most powerful thing about him was not only that he had so many lives, but more importantly, his strength was incomparably powerful. How could it be so easy to kill him again? In fact, it was the same. Today, the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had killed Lotus Flower 3 times. The first time was Little Gold's devouring light, an attack even more terrifying than self-destruction. The second time was when Cold Plum gathered the power of the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. The third time was when Yu Fenghua gathered the power of 100,000 powerhouses with the Temple of Eternal Life. No matter which time it was definitely not easy. It could be said that it was very difficult. And this crazy guy actually had 7 lives. Just thinking about it made them despair. However, Long Chun and Yu Fenghua didn't have time to despair. At this moment, they could only fight. After going through so much, they had finally reached this step. How could they admit defeat so easily? Kill. Long Chun and Yu Fenghua joined forces to attack. They weren't in a hurry to risk their lives. Now, the more important thing was to stall for time. Ling Xiao's aura was clearly getting stronger and stronger. As long as they waited for Ling Xiao to appear, they would have won. There was no doubt about that. However, Lotus Flower wasn't willing to give them any time. Crazy attacks continued to bombard them. They were overwhelmed by the number of guests. Sister-in-law, we can't go on like this. Is there a way to restrain that guy? After he was killed once, it will take some time for him to reform his body. It's better than being beaten up all the time. If we were beaten to death, it would be too cowardly. The plan to stall for time had failed. Long Chun planned to go all out. There is. Yu Fenghua was a moon lady. Although she hadn't awakened all of the moon lady's power, but she had many divine abilities and martial skills, which ordinary people couldn't compare to. Just focus on attacking. With your giant dragon power, it won't be a problem to kill him. Leave the rest to me. Although Yu Fenghua didn't want to go all out, she had to admit that Long Chun's analysis was right. In the current situation, stalling for time was simply unrealistic. The other party wouldn't give them any time at all. The only way was to go all out. Moonlight illusion. Yu Fenghua completely transformed into moonlight. The bright moonlight enveloped Lotus Flower. What a joke. You want to confuse me with a mere illusion? Lotus Flower thought that his soul power was extremely strong. He had learned much more than Yu Fenghua. But he didn't know that Yu Fenghua was a moon lady. After awakening the moon lady true body, Yu Fenghua's illusion was even stronger than Ling Xiao's illusion. Lotus Flower's figure flashed and grabbed Yu Fenghua's body. Go and meet your man. He exerted force in his hand and crushed the body. However, the shattered body turned into moonlight. At that moment, Lotus Flower realized that something was wrong. By the time he came to his senses, he felt a huge threat. Giant dragon power, golden spear. Long Chun completely turned into an attack. It was a golden spear. It suddenly pierced Lotus Flower's head, from top to bottom, from the head to the other party's body. The giant dragon power exploded in Lotus Flower's body. Lotus Flower died again. His body was completely torn into pieces by the giant dragon power. In the next moment, Long Chun returned to his human form and fell beside Cold Plum. He couldn't even move. This attack was extremely powerful, but it was also an attack with all his strength. It consumed all of his spirit essence and stamina. It was already very good that he didn't faint. Dash. Bastard, bastard. You took another one of my lives. You lunatics are simply despicable. Losing a life might not be a big deal to Lotus Flower, but being killed again and again, he was really unhappy. Chapter 50-21. The current situation could be said to have greatly exceeded the Eternal Emperor's expectations. He was once the Lotus Flower of Eternal Divine Nation. Back then, he was definitely ranked in the top 10. But now, he was being trampled on by these ants. That kind of humiliation was simply unacceptable. Most importantly, he didn't underestimate his opponents, except for the fact that he didn't pay much attention to these ants in the beginning. In the subsequent battle, he even used a treasure like the Dimensional Talisman, but it was useless. Now, he only had 6 lives left. This was truly a great humiliation. I'm very angry, but I'll slowly torture you next. Just you wait. Lotus Flower glanced at Cold Plum and Long Chun, then stared at Yu Fanghua. You're the only one left. How long can you last? I really want to let Ling Xiao hear your painful cries. Unfortunately, he's already dead. What a pity. Lotus Flower suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yu Fanghua like a ghost. His ugly hand grabbed Yu Fanghua's hair and lifted her up. Little girl, how about joining me? Lotus Flower suddenly said. He didn't have any subordinates that he could use now, and Yu Fanghua was a very good seedling for a powerhouse. If he could subdue her, it would be extremely important for him. Just kill me if you want. What's the point of talking nonsense? Yu Fanghua looked coldly at Lotus Flower, her brows showing her determination. She didn't want to die, but sometimes there was no need to fear death, because there was no difference whether she was afraid or not. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Lotus Flower suddenly released a terrifying force from his hands, wanting to squash Yu Fanghua, but he still made a mistake in the end. Yu Fanghua didn't have enough stamina and divine origin energy. It was actually very difficult for her to get close to Lotus Flower. But now, Lotus Flower had delivered himself to her. Finally, let me destroy one of your lives. Yu Fanghua's cold voice sounded. The voice actually came from behind Lotus Flower. At that moment, Lotus Flower realized something extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, it was too late. The crazy power of the cold moon condensed into a huge sword of moonlight that pierced through Lotus Flower's body. Lotus Flower didn't realize that the Yu Fanghua he was torturing was just a moonlight illusion. This woman's illusion techniques were perhaps the strongest in the entire profound world. Because she was a moon maiden, they were even more ancient and powerful than the current king of sovereigns. Of course, Yu Fanghua had yet to fully awaken her powers as a moon lady. Otherwise, how could the Lotus Flower have the chance to cause trouble? Even if I'm going to die, you have to accompany me. Emperor Lianhua let out a pained howl. In the end, both of his hands ruthlessly pressed down. However, at some point in time, his body collapsed. Yu Fanghua also escaped. But even so, the bones in her body were basically shattered. She couldn't move anymore. There was no other way. Her sneak attack this time was successful, and she had already exhausted her divine essence. Lotus Flower's counterattack was something she couldn't resist at all. If Ling Xiao hadn't given her a defensive talisman before, this time, she would really have died. Yu Fanghua was caught by the people below. They fed her a healing pill that Ling Xiao personally refined. This is all we can do. Lotus Flower still has 5 lives. I don't know if Big Brother can kill them all. Long Chen looked at Yu Fanghua and knew that she couldn't fight anymore. Everyone here had no strength to fight anymore. They could only watch as Lotus Flower reformed his body, but they couldn't do anything. It seems that I have the last laugh. Although I only have 5 lives and 1 soul left, you all seem to have lost your fighting strength. When my body is completely reformed, I'll send you all to hell one by one. Speaking up to here, he stared fixedly at Yu Fanghua and said, Let's start with you, slut. You've used your actions to make me completely angry. I want to see who can save you. Who can save the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Without saying a word, he reached out his hand and grabbed toward Ling Xi's head. Wild laughter echoed outside the graveyard of the gods. Helplessness hung on everyone's faces. They had already done so much, but they still couldn't kill Lotus Flower. They couldn't do anything. Yu Fanghua wasn't afraid of death. But to be honest, she was a little disappointed. She didn't want to die, because in this world, there was still a man she loved deeply. Even if she didn't want to die, she also didn't want to show her weak side in front of Lotus Flower. She stared fixedly at Lotus Flower, her expression calm. Xiao, come back quickly. She was a woman after all. Deep in her heart, she still had a weak side. All this time, regardless of whether she was strong or weak, she always liked to be protected by Ling Xiao. Because she was Ling Xiao's woman, she felt that it was a kind of glory. Big Brother, come back. Long Chen also roared. Master. Cold Plum's voice also sounded. Your Majesty, come back quickly. Everyone began to shout. Although they had clearly used all their strength and could already face death calmly, but they were unwilling to accept it. They still wanted to go back and see their families. They still wanted to see Lotus Flower being beaten to a pulp. They still wanted to see if their persistence had any meaning. If they died, they wouldn't see anything. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of idiots. You're actually still pinning your hopes on that dead trash. I've told you many times, Ling Xiao is dead. He's already dead. He'll never be able to return to this world. You're simply daydreaming if you expect him to save you. Lotus Flower started laughing wildly. His body was still in the midst of rapidly condensing. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if that Ling Xiao isn't dead, I can send him into the dark hell again. Let him die again. Finally, his body was completed condensing. He charged towards Yufenghua. His ferocious face revealed endless madness. How should I kill you? Oh right, I'll disfigure you first. Then, I'll kill you. That way, it should make me more comfortable. Get lost. You ugly bastard. Long Chun was a golden giant dragon after all. The healing pills that Ling Xiao gave him were stuffed into his mouth like beans. The current him already recovered 20 to 30% of his stamina and divine essence. When Lotus Flower pounced towards Yufenghua, he suddenly spewed out dragon extinguishing fire. This was a real dragon fire. No matter how weak Long Chun was, Lotus Flower would also be afraid. As expected, Emperor Lianhua dodged. But this time, he only blocked for an instant. Lotus Flower coldly glanced at Long Chun. Don't worry, you're next. If your dragon body fuses into my body, it should be of greater help to me. His evil claws grabbed towards Yufenghua. At this moment, no one could stop him. Although Cold Plum and the rest were all in front to protect Yufenghua, it was useless. However, it was useless. Their ending would only be a tragic death. Tyrannical Sky Martial Soul. Chapter 50-22. Go to hell, all of you. Lotus Flower sneered. His evil plan was about to succeed. He would kill the people in front of him and turn them into undead that obeyed his orders. Next was his plan to conquer the 4 regions and 9 worlds. When he fully recovered, he would conquer Heaven's Wall City and Dragon Valley. Finally, Eternal Divine Nation. This time, he would become Eternal Divine Nation's only great emperor. His beautiful dream was suddenly shattered by something that looked like a Rubik's Cube. That thing suddenly descended. It shattered his ghost claw with a boom. It even pushed him back a few hundred meters. The little ones are working so hard. How can an old man like me just sit by and watch? I've lived too long. I've kept my life to deal with you, Lotus Flower. Today, let these old bones unleash their last bit of strength. The figure that appeared in front of everyone was none other than Emperor White Knight, and it was Supreme Venerable White Knight's true body. At the same time, his clone in the Dongshang Emperor ring had completely dissipated. His strength had been withdrawn. This was only possible because Ling Xiao had created a crack in the yin-yang gourd. There was still some time before Ling Xiao's return. White Knight planned to use his own strength to buy him some time. The reason he hadn't been willing to go all out was because he wanted to die together with Lotus Flower. Seeing so many promising young people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he would have no regrets even if he died. Emperor White Knight. Where is he? When Yufenghua saw Byakuya appear, she could not help but reveal a happy expression. He'll be back. White Knight's indifferent words roused everyone's spirits. Ling Xiao wasn't dead. They'd only speculated before, but White Knight's words confirmed their suspicions. The 4 regions and 9 worlds hadn't reached the point of destruction yet. Perhaps it was time to turn the tables. White Knight, isn't it great that you're hiding in the City of Gold as a living dead? I've trapped your strongest 3 generations of emperors in the corridor of time and space. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? Your cultivation doesn't seem like much. Peak of the 7th level divine body realm. This should be the height you reached by burning your life force. He was stronger than the trash eternal emperor. But so what? Do you think you can kill me with this power? Lotus Flower mocked in disdain. Also, your original body stayed outside. Although I don't know how your doppelganger got out of the yin-yang gourd, I still don't know. But Ling Xiao's body was inside the gourd. There's no way he'll come back alive. Are you so sure? Did he really think he was an omniscient and omnipotent god? If that was the case, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't look down on others. Bai Yi looked at great Emperor Lianhua indifferently. In terms of strength, he was no match for great Emperor Lianhua. However, in terms of cultivation of martial arts and spiritual power, Supreme Emperor Bai Yi was far superior to great Emperor Lianhua. Really? But I think you're just a useless old fart. You want me to take out the yin yang gourd to check and give you a chance to attack it? How could I not know about this little trick? Lotus Flower mocked. As long as you think so. White Knight smiled faintly. He knew very well that his current mission was to stall for time, to buy time for Ling Xiao to destroy the yin yang gourd. Therefore, he was definitely not in a hurry to launch an attack. It could be said that he planned to stall for as long as he could. If he could stall until Ling Xiao came out, that would be the best. If he joined forces with Ling Xiao, the chances of winning would be greater. Unfortunately, Emperor Lianhua wasn't that stupid. Although he did not believe that Ling Xiao would come back alive, he felt that the enemy seemed to be stalling for time. He did not know what kind of conspiracy there would be, but he had suffered too many losses. Therefore, he decided to end the battle quickly. Sigh, there's no other way. Ling Xiao, you have to hurry up. I hope you can arrive in time after I die. White Knight sighed. His life was prepared for the sake of destroying Emperor Lianhua. Therefore, he died without regrets. However, he did not want the warriors behind him to be killed. He did not want the 4 regions and 9 worlds to be destroyed. He could only believe in Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao could break the yin-yang bone-dissolving water, he would definitely be able to come out of the yin-yang gourd. With me here, don't even think about touching a hair on them. Golden Cage. The huge Rubik's Cube turned golden. In just an instant, it enveloped Lotus Flower and Supreme Emperor White Knight. This was the best way White Knight could think of to protect the warriors behind him. White Knight, you. The Flower Empress was already sobbing. Only she knew what the Golden Cage meant. White Knight was preparing to perish together with Emperor Lianhua just like Little Gold. However, Little Gold was still young and strong. He also had the body of a golden crow and the devouring demon fetus. Even if he chose to self-destruct, he could survive. As long as he was treated in time, he could be revived. However, White Knight was different. He was too old and his body could not survive. In fact, this strike was enough to take his life. After self-destructing, he would leave nothing behind. No one knew what happened in the Golden Cage, because they could not see or feel it. Only a few minutes later, a terrifying explosion occurred again. There were so many terrifying attacks like this today, because everyone wanted to kill Emperor Lianhua with their lives. The Golden Cage was completely shattered. Supreme Emperor White Knight and Lotus Flower could not be seen. It was not until a moment later that a body began to condense in the void. Only then did people realize that Supreme Emperor White Knight had used his last strength to take away Lotus Flower's life. Now, Lotus Flower only had 4 lives left. Supreme Emperor Body, War Dragon, and Super Dragon. In fact, taking away the other party's life was definitely not just taking away their life. Even their abilities were taken away. For example, after taking away the dragon life of the Flame Dragon, Lotus Flower would not be able to use the powerful Flame Secret technique. Ling Xiao, I left you a way to kill Lotus Flower completely. I hope you can find it. Supreme Emperor White Knight's soul gradually dissipated. People seemed to see his smiling face. Many people, including Lotus Flower, did not know that Supreme Emperor White Knight's life-risking attack was definitely not as simple as they imagined. Other than a life and an ability, there was also the most important way to kill Lotus Flower. This old man had been studying this method for the rest of his life. It was not until the last moment of his life that he was truly sure. It was a pity that he did not have the strength to kill Lotus Flower. Otherwise, he would not have left it to Ling Xiao. White Knight. Flower Queen almost fainted from crying. Although Supreme Emperor White Knight had never accepted her love and had always treated her as a little sister, Flower Queen's feelings for White Knight were really deep. Supreme Emperor White Knight, your life is great, and your death is glorious. I, Old Thunder, will always admire you. Thunder King clenched his fists. He hated himself for being so weak. If he was stronger, he could avenge White Knight. Chapter 50-23. When a person, especially an expert, decided to risk his life, he would be invincible. Lotus Flower was indeed stronger than Supreme Emperor White Knight, and he was much stronger. However, the crazy attack that White Knight released with his life on the line could cause huge losses to Lotus Flower. Lotus Flower was a little paranoid at this moment. He only had 4 lives left. This was something he hadn't expected. While concentrating on condensing his body, he was vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt an extremely terrifying aura, and it was very close. Who is it? Ling Xiao? No, impossible. People who are trapped by the Yin Yang Gourd can never come out alive. White Knight is an exception because his main body is outside. Lotus Flower was extremely reluctant to believe that Ling Xiao was not dead. However, he was still a little shaken at this moment. Therefore, he was prepared to check the Yin Yang Gourd after his body was condensed. Anyway, there was no threat from Lotus Flower. He could check it calmly without worrying about someone destroying the Yin Yang Gourd. He's back, Yu Fenghua cried. Her body kept sobbing. Ling Xiao had finally returned. That aura was so familiar and nostalgic. In the end, he had finally returned. Long Chen and Cold Plum could feel Ling Xiao's aura. They all looked in that direction excitedly. Their eyes were filled with endless excitement. Idiots, are you still daydreaming? Ling Xiao is dead, and there's no way he'll be resurrected. I'll show you his skeleton now, if his skeleton still exists. Lotus Flower's body was finally condensed again. He was ready to take out the Yin Yang Gourd to check the situation. However, at this moment, the storage ring where he placed the Yin Yang Gourd exploded. This violent explosion directly sent Lotus Flower's body flying. Vaguely, a figure flashed. The sword in his hand flickered and tore apart Lotus Flower, who was seriously injured by the explosion. Then, the figure returned to Yu Fenghua's side. The ferocious and powerful beast god armor. The sharp and cold reverse god sword. His body stood proudly. That person stood there like an imposing city wall, blocking the danger for everyone. Ling Xiao. It really was Ling Xiao. He seems to have become stronger again. Everyone looked at that figure, and their suppressed emotions completely exploded in an instant. The return of the king. Hope returns. The real reversal battle was about to begin. The beast god armor on Ling Xiao's body was even brighter and more ferocious than before. They were also more powerful. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. Just by standing there, he made people feel at ease. The moment they saw Ling Xiao, they relaxed their tense bodies. There was no reason for them to do so. They felt that Ling Xiao could defeat the enemy. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, they had already won. You're really cool, big brother. You killed Lotus Flower the moment you came out. That guy only has 3 lives left. Long Chun sighed with excitement. This was his big brother. He could always catch people off guard. Ling Xiao released Little Gold, Emo Jiao, Qin Huang, and even Yu Chun from the Dongshang Emperor Ring. This way, he could fight with less baggage. Brother. When Qin saw her brother, her tears flowed uncontrollably. She was already mentally prepared for her brother's death. She didn't expect to see him again. They were martial artists of Heaven's Wall City, so they didn't have to fight for the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But they still did it. Whether it was out of sympathy or instinct, to the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they were siblings worthy of respect. Although Little Gold survived, like Long Chen and the others, he didn't have much combat strength left. Emo Jiao could fight, but unfortunately, he was too weak to be of much help. It was the same for Yu Chun. Ling Xiao saved him. He also had a certain level of combat strength, but he was too far away from Lotus Flower, so he couldn't help much. Emo Jiao, Yu Chun, take care of the injured. Brother Qin Huang, protect them for me. Leave it to me, Emperor Lianhua. Ling Xiao said calmly, don't worry. As long as I don't die, they'll be fine. Qin Huang nodded. The reason why he didn't rush to join forces with Ling Xiao was because he knew how powerful Ling Xiao is now. With Lotus Flower's current strength, he could at most tie with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was much more cunning than Emperor Lianhua. Therefore, he didn't need to help in such a battle. He just needed to prevent the undead from harming others. There were still many undead in the graveyard of the gods. Although they weren't strong, The 100,000 warriors basically had no combat strength left. If they didn't protect them, who would? Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, why didn't you die? How did you come out alive? Where's my yin yang gourd? Where's my treasure? Lotus Flower roared angrily as he reformed his body. Before he was sealed, he had secretly hidden a fine emperor weapon, the yin yang gourd. Without the yin yang gourd, it was very sad. Don't you know? The reverse god sword can devour all treasures. I just let it eat the yin yang gourd. Ling Xiao looked at Lotus Flower indifferently with contempt in his eyes. In fact, he was really angry in his heart. He still came back too late. Supreme Emperor White Knight was dead. This made his heart ache, and it also made him very angry. Although Supreme Emperor White Knight's death might be a kind of destiny for the old man, but if he could live, who would be willing to die? Even if Supreme Emperor White Knight only had a few years left to live, he could still live comfortably. He no longer looked at Lotus Flower. Instead, he knelt on the ground. He bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the City of Gold. Senior White Knight, if it weren't for you, perhaps Fanghua, Cold Plum, and Long Chun wouldn't have survived. This is what I owe you. Therefore, I will definitely not let you down. Lotus Flower, I will personally kill him and use him as a sacrifice to your soul. After saying this, he stood up again. Then, he looked at his woman, Yu Fanghua, and gently grabbed her hand. Fanghua, I've made you suffer. Have a good rest. Leave the rest to me. Then, he looked at Cold Plum, Long Chun, Xiaojin, and the others. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Watch, I will definitely kill him. After saying this, Ling Xiao looked at Lotus Flower again. At this time, Lotus Flower's body had been successfully condensed. However, Lotus Flower seemed to be a little afraid of Ling Xiao and did not immediately attack. Do you know, I'm very angry now. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his face was cold and stern. What represented his anger was a strong killing intent. Although he would not lose his mind and roar like others, but it did not mean that his anger was less than others. My woman, my brother, my friend, they are all my reverse scale. What do you think will happen if you touch my reverse scale? A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. Chapter 50-24. As Ling Xiao spoke, he walked towards Lotus Flower. It was as if there was a terrifying killing beast hidden in his body. Lotus Flower subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, he quickly stopped. Damn it, I was actually afraid of this brat. He can't possibly be my match. The explosion just now should have been caused by the explosion of the yin-yang gourd. That's why he took one of my lives. Next, if he wants to take my life, he'll have to use all his strength. However, I still have 3 lives. Even if I lose one, I'm not afraid. Moreover, even if I lose all 3 of my lives, I won't die. How would they know? After understanding this, he was no longer afraid. In order to hide his panic, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, do you think you're the only one who's become stronger? Although I don't know how you did it, don't forget that I've already fused 3 venerables. After you were sucked into the yin-yang gourd, you've already lost the ability to fuse 3 venerables. You're cultivating my Lotus Sutra, so how could I not know its weakness? Your demon venerable body, monarch body, and godly body can only be used separately. You can't fuse them again. How could you possibly be my match? You've returned, and it's just a repeat of the tragedy. Although most of my undead army has been destroyed by you, there are still millions of them. I'll destroy what you cherish right in front of you. Undead, it's time to eat. Lotus Flower roared, and the undead army charged out of the graveyard of the gods. These undead weren't strong, because the strongest among them was only around the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. However, their numbers were huge. There were millions of them. Brother Ling, don't worry. I'm here. Qin Huang's voice rang out. Then, a golden dragon appeared behind him. Count me in. Okay? Mo Jiao transformed into a huge flood dragon. With a swipe of his claw, countless undead were smashed into powder. Although he might not be strong enough to face Lotus Flower, however, he was strong enough to face these undead. I don't mean to listen to your orders. I just don't want to owe you a favor. Yuchen also took out his sword. Sword chi surged out wildly, exploding in the undead army. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled and released the invincible ape deity array. He protected the people behind him. Lotus Flower, you seem to have forgotten how terrifying I am. Before you were sucked into your yin-yang gourd, I had already plotted against you, and you had no choice but to use that thing. Now that I've come out, your end has arrived. Ling Xiao focused all his attention on Lotus Flower. As for the rest of the matters, he felt at ease leaving it to the three of them. It was time to put an end to this war. Arrogant, too arrogant. His arrogance is intolerable. Lotus Flower felt that he had been looked down upon. A mere Ling Xiao dared to look down on his strength. What did he take him for? Within his body, a frenzied power was constantly surging. A powerful aura was released. He viciously charged towards Ling Xiao. Instead of using long-range attacks, he chose to kill at close range. That was because he was very angry. He wanted to directly tear Ling Xiao's body apart to vent the anger in his heart. Stupid kid. I'll make you understand that an overlord will always be an overlord. Even if I'm weak now, I'm still not someone you can compete with. This world is cruel. Lotus Flower's attack was getting closer and closer, and his voice was hysterical. You're right. This world is cruel. You were lucky to escape and wanted to take revenge. After enduring for so many years, you're finally so close to your goal. You feel that you should succeed. Unfortunately, the cruel reality will tell you that your goal is just a dream. Ling Xiao stood there and gently raised his right hand. Dense sword chi continued to condense on the Void God's sword. People looked up at the battle in the sky, and they were not as nervous as they had imagined. It was as if they were watching their hero punish the devil. They were just watching the process. The hero would win, and the devil would die. I'll take your life. Ling Xiao's eyes bloomed with a confident smile. Even though Lotus Flower was extremely powerful, even though Lotus Flower's attack had already arrived, but he was extremely confident. Power of cosmic light. Time stop. After this cultivation breakthrough, his ability had also undergone some subtle changes. Void-shattering finger and cosmic light fist had disappeared. Instead, it was the power of void-shattering and the power of cosmic light. Not only had the name changed, but even the way he used the moves had changed. In the past, he needed to make a move. But now, with just a thought, he could mobilize the power of the Z-God or the U-God to achieve the release of the move. It was equivalent to Ling Xiao having one hand free. The moment the power of cosmic light was released, Lotus Flower's body suddenly stopped. His thoughts also suddenly stopped. With him as the center, everything within a 10-meter radius stopped. This was also the effect of the upgraded version of Time Stop, although it was still only a 3-second pause. But the range was much larger. The moment before the pause, Lotus Flower's face showed a terrified expression. Although he had long known that Ling Xiao could control a short period of time. But according to what he knew, when Ling Xiao activated Time Stop, he needed to make a move. But this time, Ling Xiao didn't do anything, and time stopped. This was completely beyond his expectations. So he was shocked. He was terrified. That horrified expression stayed at that moment. This life, I'll take it. He gently raised the reverse God sword in his right hand, and 8 sword lights erupted at the same time. It crazily tore Lotus Flower's body apart. The moment the time stop ended, Lotus Flower felt a bone-piercing pain. He screamed desperately. His mood was terrible to the extreme. Not only was it terrible, but it was also terrifying. One had to know that the lives he had lost before were all achieved by the other party's desperate efforts. But the 2 lives he had lost recently were completed by Ling Xiao without any effort. This made him have to be terrified. He only had 2 lives left. What should he do? There was obvious fear in his eyes. He was terrified, but the 100,000 powerhouses of the 4 regions and 9 realms cheered. At this moment, they truly realized the return of hope. As expected, Ling Xiao didn't disappoint them. He was simply too powerful. He took Lotus Flower's life so easily. Then, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill Lotus Flower. This was definitely a new page in the difficult war. Many people cried and laughed. They laughed because they were excited, and cried because they were moved. They had been so desperate that they had lost the courage to live. Fortunately, they persevered. They insisted on believing in Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao didn't disappoint them. The 4 regions and 9 realms were saved. Ling Xiao kept his promise. At the Heroes' Conference, Ling Xiao said that he would become the leader and kill Lotus Flower. In fact, many people treated it as a joke. But today, he became the true hope. Chapter 5025. I thought I was very strong, but boss gave me another surprise. Xiao Jin sighed. That's right. Big Brother always refreshes people's understanding of this world. I'm afraid that the arrogant great Emperor Lien Hua won't be able to laugh now. Long Chun said excitedly. Master will win. Cold Plum was as taciturn as ever. Firmament. Yu Fenghua's eyes were full of love. Her body was in pain, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She was very strong, but she still liked to see her man act like a hero. In this world, all women liked heroes. I suddenly feel that killing you like this would be letting you off too easily. Now, let's have some fun. Ling Xiao snickered, the void god in his right hand and crimson blood in his left. With both swords in hand, he was like a demon of the sword. The violent sword intent, the terrifying murderous intent, made great Emperor Lien Hua shudder. No, I am Emperor Lien Hua, the ruler of eternal divine nation. Don't even think about scaring me, you ants. Lotus Flower's fear was tinged with anger. His anger was probably a tool to cover up his fear. After fighting for so long, he finally felt the terror. He should have been invincible, but now he had to worry about losing his life. What should he do? Ling Xiao had seen through all his schemes and destroyed them. Ling Xiao hadn't been as strong as him back then, but he'd been smarter. Now, Ling Xiao had caught up to him. There was a clear gap between him and Ling Xiao. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao chuckled softly. 1 man, 2 swords, stood proudly in the air, facing the powerful Lotus Flower. This battle would be imprinted in the history of Black Tortoise Continent for future generations to remember. It wasn't the most terrifying battle in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. However, its legendary and twisting nature was something that many battles could not compare to. In order to save the 4 regions and 9 worlds, a young man had fought against an immortal and terrifying great emperor. He held 2 swords in his hands. His gaze was resolute and filled with incomparable confidence. This scene would probably be painted by an artist and become a supreme treasure of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, it was still too early to talk about the future. If Ling Xiao lost to Lotus Flower, then Lotus Flower's doomsday would come. The Divine Book, the Bible of Darkness, the Book of the Emperor. Fusion. Use your endless power to drive away the lowly enemy. Lotus Flower was also prepared to go all out. In the previous battles, it was always others who fought with their lives on the line. But now, he wanted to go all out against Ling Xiao, because he realized that if he didn't fight with his life on the line, the person who would lose today's battle would probably be him. The 3 books merged into one in front of him. The 3 types of energy intertwined together, and an earth-shattering power was brewing. Die for me, Ling Xiao. I'm afraid you've never seen this move before. When I fought with you previously, I didn't have the body of the sovereign. But now, I have it. Sword of the God-fiend Emperor. A sword flew out from the 3 books that had merged into one. It was a giant sword. It was at least 1,000 meters tall, connecting heaven and earth. The giant sword of the God-fiend Emperor had condensed the power of the God-fiend Emperor. The moment it appeared, all the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds were suffocating. Countless dead souls also fell to the ground, unable to stand up. This power was so strong that the laws of the 4 regions and 9 worlds started to show signs of damage. The strongest attack that the 4 regions and 9 worlds could withstand was probably the full-force attack of a peak 7th level divine body realm. Any attack that exceeded this level would cause the laws to become chaotic. The space would collapse. Therefore, there had never been a martial artist above the 8th level divine body realm in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even Lotus Flower couldn't recover to that level. He could continuously become stronger at the peak of the 7th level divine body realm, infinitely close to the 8th level divine body realm, but he could never break through. No one could. even if the power was enough to cause the laws to become chaotic and the space to collapse. But the laws themselves had an extremely strong ability to repair themselves. Even so, the strength of Lotus Flower's attack had been proven. The strength of his attack had reached a level where it could affect the laws and space. This is the God Slayer sword. This is the Demon Slayer sword. This is the Emperor Slayer sword. This is an attack that only a god can unleash. The 4 regions and 9 worlds were originally livestock raised by the eternal divine nation. You could have lived if you'd been obedient. But if you insist on making an enemy out of me, I'll make sure that not even your bones remain. Die, Ling Xiao. Die. Lotus Flower bet that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. He still had 2 lives, while Ling Xiao could only be resurrected once. He'd won in this regard. The giant sword slashed towards Ling Xiao with unparalleled strength. At the same time, it slashed towards the 100,000 martial artists behind Ling Xiao. This guy clearly wanted to kill Ling Xiao and the others as well. He had no intention of holding back at all. Ling Xiao could sense that Emperor Lianhua's attack was much more powerful than his reverse art of the 8 strokes. If he couldn't block this attack, then the 100,000 martial artists behind him would all die. Dragon God's glacial formation. A large area of cold air abruptly descended. Countless snowflakes formed between heaven and earth. In an instant, the speed of the giant sword suddenly slowed down. Though it wasn't completely frozen, Ling Xiao's current cultivation level and the Dragon God's glacial formation were more than enough to slow it down. Of course, this was only the first step. The Dragon God's glacial formation alone wouldn't be able to block this terrifying attack. But Ling Xiao still had a backup plan. Ocean God's Yellow Springs Formation. Hatal Monster. Within the Yellow Springs Formation, the yin-yang bone-melting water had completely merged with the water of the Yellow Springs, becoming an even more powerful liquid. And the 9 nether giant monster was precisely formed from this terrifying liquid. Its enormous body stood up from the formation. The yin-yang bone-melting water's terrifying corrosiveness quickly looked down on the giant sword in the air. Emperor Lianhua revealed a shocked expression. How dare you? You actually absorbed my yin-yang bone-melting water? Surprised, aren't you? Actually, you shouldn't be. If you know me, you should know that I like to turn other people's threats into my hopes. Hatal monster. Devour the god-fiend Emperor's sword. Ling Xiao roared. The Hatal monster was like a giant mollusk, constantly wriggling and wriggling. It wrapped around the giant god-fiend Emperor's sword. Its entire body was formed from the Yellow Springs bone-melting water. No matter how strong the god-fiend Emperor's sword was, once it was trapped, its energy would be rapidly corroded and gradually dissipated. It had so easily neutralized Lotus Flower's attack. Once again, the martial artists of the 9 realms cheered. Lotus Flower had been killed twice by Ling Xiao, but such a powerful attack couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao's 2 attacks weren't just good luck, but that he possessed terrifying strength to achieve such results. Chapter 50-26. The most impressive thing was that Ling Xiao stood in front and actually did not let the slightest bit of destructive energy pass through his defensive zone. The 100,000 powerhouses behind him were completely unscathed, powerful combat power, and he could even protect others. If such a person was not a hero, then what was? Impossible. How is this possible? The sword of a god-fiend emperor. How can anyone block it in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Lotus Flower retreated repeatedly. His confidence was almost beaten to nothing. The attack just now was practically his strongest attack, but it still did not injure Ling Xiao. To him, this blow was really tragic enough. Calm down. Lotus Flower, you must calm down. Don't forget, you still have 2 lives. It's not time to die yet. Although Ling Xiao blocked that attack just now, he must have consumed a large amount of divine essence and stamina too. This kind of attack, you can unleash it many times, but it's impossible for him to block it every time. You're a god, a powerhouse, and he's merely a lowly human. He can't defeat you. Lotus Flower's psychological quality was still pretty good. He could even cheer himself on. Even if he lost his courage, he could also find it himself. Truly deserving of being a troublesome guy. Calm down a bit. I must kill Ling Xiao today. If Ling Xiao still doesn't die, then I'm afraid that I'll really never have the chance again. Lotus Flower now deeply understood Ling Xiao's terror. What Ling Xiao was terrifying was not strength, but talent, cultivation speed. Counting from the first time he met Ling Xiao, it was actually only a few months. But Ling Xiao, this guy, already went from being a fly that he could casually slap to death, growing to a guy who gave him an extreme headache today. Still want to kill me now? You still don't seem to recognize reality. Previously, you were the behind-the-scenes player, the Black Hand, and could make the 4 regions and 9 worlds play in the palm of your hand. I had to risk my life to foil one of your schemes after another. Domain name, please remember _3. But today is different. Different, you know? Right now, I am the one who controls the rules. I am the one who has the initiative. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he had already rushed out. It spun in the air like a tornado. The 2 swords crazily slashed at Lotus Flower's body, leaving wounds after wounds. In the blink of an eye, one of Lotus Flower's arms was completely shattered. This was because Lotus Flower had dodged quickly. If he had been any slower, the sword chi would have traveled up his arm and destroyed his head as well. Bastard, I don't believe you. Lotus Flower did his best to numb himself and hypnotize himself, making himself think that Ling Xiao was not as strong as him. However, the cruel reality broke his hypnosis again and again. How could it be so easy for Ling Xiao to hurt him? It was so difficult for him to hurt Ling Xiao. Although we are the weakest human beings in this world, we are still the weakest. But in ancient times, humans were the beasts of war because we were willing to learn, willing to improve. We will only become stronger if we continue to grow. As for you, you are just a lunatic who gave up your human identity and turned yourself into a monster. Although you have gained temporary strength, it is impossible for you to improve anymore. This is the root of your failure. Ling Xiao's contemptuous voice sounded, and the sword light flashed again. It was like a flashing flying snake. After the light flashed, Lotus Flower's shrill screams could be heard. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if the battle continued like this, Lotus Flower's failure would be a matter of course. However, Lotus Flower was a powerhouse after all. Even if he died, he would probably fight to the death. Therefore, no one dared to let down their guard until the last moment. Ling Xiao, the pain you made me suffer today, I will definitely pay you back double in the future. I really regret not killing you directly. Instead, I sent you into the space-time corridor. That's why today's situation is like this. Great Emperor Lianhua said as he desperately defended against Ling Xiao's attacks. There is no medicine for regret in this world. What is done cannot be changed. In addition, I have to tell you, even if you didn't send me into the space-time corridor, I would have gone in myself. In my opinion, your scheme is nothing more than foolish self-entertainment. Ling Xiao said coolly, and you're threatening me now? Don't you think it's ridiculous? When your strength was so much stronger than mine, I never feared your threat. Do you think I'll be afraid now? Better save some energy and die. The things you did to my woman, my friends, my brothers, and my people, I'll return it all one by one. When Ling Xiao spoke, his attacks did not stop at all. He was looking for an opportunity to kill Lotus Flower again. But with the lesson from the past, Lotus Flower, this guy was more slippery now. As long as he saw that the situation was not good, he would choose to avoid. Even if he lost face, he would not be willing to be killed. And each time he was killed, he had to suffer a pain worse than death. That kind of pain penetrated deep into his bones, making him unable to bear it. Ling Xiao's voice seemed indifferent, but in reality, he hated Lotus Flower very much. If not for Lotus Flower, Yu Fenghua would not have suffered so much. If not for Lotus Flower, Supreme Emperor White Knight would not have died. If not for Lotus Flower, he might have already left the 4 regions and 9 worlds and headed for Heaven's Wall City. His resentment toward Lotus Flower was not little. Therefore, in his attacks, his sword art was also very ruthless. If Lotus Flower could not find a way to deal with Ling Xiao, then very soon, he would be torn to pieces by Ling Xiao. Although his injuries were constantly recovering, the speed of recovery was far from catching up to the speed of destruction. TSK. Fortunately, I'm not the enemy of Supreme Emperor Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be terrible. When the Thunder Sovereign saw this scene, his heart trembled. Yes, this is the first time I sympathize with an enemy. Lotus Flower offended Ling Xiao. How unlucky. The Fire Sovereign laughed. He doesn't deserve sympathy, but you're right. Lotus Flower is probably living a life worse than death now. The Flower Sovereign looked at the sky. White Knight, you can rest in peace. Ling Xiao's growth is more outstanding than you imagined. Back then, when you chose him to be the new Golden Emperor, I opposed it. But fortunately, you didn't accept my opinion. Otherwise, I don't know what the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be like today. Blood Escape Technique. Lotus Flower could not withstand Ling Xiao's crazy attacks and finally lost his confidence. The moment his confidence collapsed, he chose to escape instead of continuing to fight. If he had the Dimension Talisman, he could instantly enter another space and disappear without a trace. No one would be able to find him in a short time. By the time he fully recovered his strength and returned, Ling Xiao would definitely be dead. After all, no matter how fast Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was, it was not as fast as his recovery speed. Recovery and cultivation were 2 completely different situations. Fortunately, Cold Plum's previous attack made Lotus Flower use the Dimension Talisman. As a result, Lotus Flower could only rely on his own ability to escape. Ling Xiao had to thank his good friend. Chapter 50-27. Can you run? Qin Huang, I'll leave them to you. I'll chase after that guy. Ling Xiao's figure disappeared in an instant. He only left behind a sentence. At this moment, the undead at the scene were almost cleared. Ling Xiao left and felt more at ease. Lotus Flower's blood escape technique was very fast. He rushed into the graveyard of the gods in an instant. Ling Xiao chased after him. He could more or less understand why Emperor Lianhua was hiding here. The graveyard of the gods was too big. It was rumored that it was bigger than the 4 regions and 9 realms. Lotus Flower set up his base here to make it easier for him to recover and move. You really dared to follow me in. You're courting death. Lotus Flower thought that he was no match for Ling Xiao outside the graveyard of the gods. But inside the graveyard of the gods, this was his territory. Revive, my warrior. Standing on top of an ancient tomb, Lotus Flower activated his divine essence. A terrifying power seeped into the ancient tomb. In the next moment, a skeleton flew out of the ancient tomb. It charged towards Ling Xiao. Stop him! Lotus Flower knew that this skeleton warrior couldn't kill Ling Xiao, but it could stop him for a while. Although he felt that Ling Xiao was definitely no match for him here, he still subconsciously wanted to escape. Yes, why shouldn't I run? I should hide and focus on recovering my strength. In this way, no matter how fast Ling Xiao's cultivation speed is, he can't be my match. Emperor Lianhua tried to find an excuse for his sorry state as he fled. But how could a mere skeleton warrior stop Ling Xiao? Demon Lord Body. Finish him off. Ling Xiao released the Demon Lord Body, stopped the skeleton warrior, and continued to chase. Although he couldn't use the Body Fusion's fighting style now, his 3 avatars could still fight, and they were very strong. After that, the Supreme God Body and the Supreme Emperor Body also joined the battle. Lotus Flower's dream of stalling for time did not come true. Ling Xiao was getting closer and closer to him. The power of void shattering, transcending the void. Seeing that he was about to catch up to the Lotus Flower, Ling Xiao activated his divine energy and soul energy at the same time. The power of void shattering erupted. A ray of void light pierced through Lotus Flower's head. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to kill him. Through the previous battle, Ling Xiao had also discovered that even if he wanted to take Lotus Flower's life, he would have to pulverize his body. Simply shattering the skull was not enough. Of course, the light of void wasn't meant to kill the other party, but to stall for time. He was preparing for the next move. Void shattering power. Shatter the void. Lotus Flower was injured, and his movements became sluggish. Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity to use Void Crush. The power of space distortion enveloped Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. You listen well. As long as I'm still alive, there will be a day when I'll completely pulverize you. Lotus Flower howled in agony amidst the intense pain. He could only threaten Ling Xiao like this at this time too. This was because Ling Xiao's shattering void had already distorted his body. The next instant, he would die. Although it was just one of the lives dying, to Lotus Flower, it was similarly an incomparably miserable thing. Listening to his hysterical screams, one would know. Lotus Flower urged all of his divine essence, and the void mirror was actually unable to shatter. This guy was indeed formidable. If it were other martial artists, with Ling Xiao's current strength, if he used Void Crush, the void mirror would instantly shatter. The other party would also turn into fragments along with it. Crack! The void mirror finally shattered. Void Crush completed the attack. But Ling Xiao's face did not have a joyful look. He could feel that compared to the giant dragon life, his remaining 2 lives were clearly more tenacious. Even after shattering the void, he still couldn't kill him. Instead, he let that guy escape. Still want to escape? Fine, I'll play this game of cat and mouse with you. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He had locked onto the other party's aura properly. The next step was to pursue and attack. 2 figures chased crazily in the graveyard of the gods. The demonic beasts on the ground were all frightened until they fled in all directions. Perhaps they had never seen such 2 powerful fellows fighting in this place before. Still chasing? If you continue chasing, you'll reach the depths of the graveyard of the gods. That's a place that has never been explored before. There might be danger. Ling Xiao, aren't you afraid of death? Lotus Flower was really about to cry. The moment he broke free from the cage, he was proud and confident. He thought that he was supreme. But now, he only wanted to escape. He discovered that he had underestimated those ants in the 4 regions and 9 realms too much, especially underestimating Ling Xiao too much. That led to the current predicament where he made one wrong move and every step was wrong. He could only escape with all his might. But he swore that today's humiliation would be returned tenfold or 100-fold in the future. On this point, he was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. They were both vengeful people. But if he wanted revenge, he had to escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. Otherwise, it would just be a fool's dream. Lotus Flower, you won't be able to escape today no matter what. Prepare to die. Martial Soul Barrier. Ling Xiao finally caught up to Lotus Flower and used the Martial Soul Barrier. This Martial Soul Barrier had always been his weapon to capture his enemies. Of course, if someone killed him, this barrier could be destroyed. The barrier itself did not have any attack or amplification effects. It was just an imprisonment. He had no choice but to force the enemy to fight with him. Bastard, do you have to force me? Book of the Emperor. Book of Divine. Book of Darkness. Fuse. Sword of the Godly Demon Emperor. 2nd stage. Compared to the sword of the Godly Demon Emperor outside the graveyard of the gods, the attack this time was obviously more powerful. Coupled with the enhancement of the graveyard of the gods and the power of the 2nd stage, it was at least a dozen times stronger. In that instant, the giant sword formed again. It was huge beyond compare. It exuded a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Even many tombs on the ground were destroyed by the terrifying sword energy. Ling Xiao frowned. This Lotus Flower could actually be stronger. It seemed that he had to be stronger too. There were no outsiders here. So Ling Xiao did not hesitate to release the universe of tyrants. The dark universe covered the entire sky. Sky of Tyrants, Dragon God Ice Diagram. Sky of Tyrants, 9 Nether Monster. The same moisture, with the enhancement of the Sky of Tyrants, once again crushed Lotus Flower's sword of the Godly Demon Emperor. Sky of Tyrants, Black Lotus Treasure Light. The moment the sword of the Godly Demon Emperor was blocked, Ling Xiao used a different attack method. A Black Lotus appeared. The Demon Buddha appeared. In an instant, it blasted into Lotus Flower's body. This guy, he actually used the move I taught him so powerfully. Lotus Flower was a little surprised. He had indeed taught Ling Xiao the Black Lotus Treasure Light, but he had only cultivated it to the Greater Mastery realm. However, Ling Xiao had managed to cultivate this move to the stage of perfection. He was even stronger than him. Chapter 50-28. Lotus Flower was well aware of the power of the transformative state's secret soul technique. Therefore, He had no choice but to sacrifice his life and let the soul of the sovereign escape from his body. God-defying art. 8 strokes. Ling Xiao did not stop attacking. After the Black Lotus treasure light, the 8 sword lights finally tore Lotus Flower's body into pieces again. This time, it was much more difficult than the previous 2 times. The key was that Lotus Flower had chosen to escape, which had caused a lot of trouble. However, this time, he was truly dead. Let's see how you're going to keep your life. Damn it, Ling Xiao, don't force me. If you want to kill me, I'll bury the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds with me. Lotus Flower roared angrily. He was on the verge of collapse. He had lost all confidence in facing Ling Xiao. The only thing he wanted to do now was to save his life. Apart from that, he wanted nothing else. What? Don't tell me you still have the ability to turn the tables at this time? Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't doubt me. If you force me, I'll detonate the world of souls. Although I can't take the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds with me, I'll destroy the entire chaotic sand ocean. Don't you care about the 100,000 experts outside? Lotus Flower was at his wit's end, because he only had 1 life left. Although he could not be killed easily, he was afraid. Ling Xiao was the kind of person who could make the impossible possible. If he could really kill him, the loss would outweigh the gain. You won't have that chance. Ling Xiao shook his head. The moment Lotus Flower's body condensed, he reactivated the martial spirit barrier. Lotus Flower was completely trapped by the martial spirit barrier. It was impossible for him to escape. Even if he wanted to detonate the world of souls, it would be fine as long as he prevented Lotus Flower's consciousness from spreading. Damn it, why do you have to kill me? If you let me go, I swear I'll never step into the 4 regions and 9 worlds again. Lotus Flower was already begging for mercy. Your oath is not worth mentioning at all. Ling Xiao wanted to eradicate all evil. No one could guarantee what Lotus Flower would do after escaping this time. Perhaps they would make a comeback in a few years, and the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be in danger again. At that time, Ling Xiao might not be a match for Lotus Flower. Damn you, Ling Xiao. Remember this. I'll be waiting for you in Eternal Divine Nation after I die today. Disintegrate by force. Lotus Flower realized that begging for mercy was completely useless. Even threats were useless. Left with no choice, he decided to take the last step. Stop him. Don't let him die. Yuan Venerates suddenly shouted. Yuan Venerates had not interfered in the previous battles. However, this time, Yuan Venerates cried out in alarm. Ling Xiao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Just like that, Great Emperor Lian Hua shattered on the spot and turned into dust. He's dead? Ling Xiao was a little confused. After such a tough battle, his opponent had died just like that? This was a little too incomprehensible. Lotus Flower did not seem like someone who would commit suicide. He's not dead yet. Yuan Venerate sighed. What do you mean? I can't sense his aura at all. Ling Xiao exclaimed. It's not your fault. Yuan Venerate smiled wryly. Disintegrate by force is indeed suicide. However, it's not. Lotus Flower is indeed dead, but he will be resurrected in Eternal Divine Nation after a year. However, he will only have his initial strength after his resurrection. So he's cultivating from the beginning? Ling Xiao was relieved to hear Yuan Venerate's explanation. He was confident that Lotus Flower's cultivation speed would be far inferior to his. It's cultivating from the beginning, but it's not. Lotus Flower's cultivation method is different from others. Don't forget, he can rely on absorbing other people's life force to increase his strength. If he's lucky, he'll be reborn in a good place. Then, he'll be able to obtain many powerful cultivators for his cultivation. That way, not only will his cultivation speed not be slower than yours, it might even be faster. Yuan Venerate said worriedly, if that's the case, it'll be a little troublesome. However, I don't like to think about things that can't be touched. No matter what, Lotus Flower is no longer a threat to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, right? Since he's reborn in Eternal Divine Nation, that's great. I'll go to Eternal Divine Nation and kill him. Ling Xiao smiled. Child, you're always so confident. However, you've created enough miracles along the way. This time is no exception. Yuan Venerate said no more and went back to sleep. Ling Xiao looked around. In the darkness, it was as if there was some powerful monster sleeping. Its aura was even more terrifying than lotus flowers. He didn't dare be negligent. He hurriedly rushed outside. No one knew what kind of place the necropolis of the gods was. Of course, he took Lotus Flower's storage ring with him before he left. After his rebirth, Lotus Flower's belongings couldn't be taken away or destroyed. This benefited Ling Xiao. Rumble. Crackle. Ling Xiao hadn't even left the necropolis of the gods when he heard a terrifying explosion outside. His heart trembled involuntarily. Originally, the crisis of the 4 regions and 9 worlds could be said to have been resolved with Lotus Flower's rebirth. To Ling Xiao, Lotus Flower was no different from being dead. At most, he'd take the guy's life when he went to Eternal Divine Nation. There wouldn't be any problems. Therefore, he was in a relatively relaxed mood. However, everything seemed to have changed after the explosion. Ling Xiao's expression turned extremely ugly. When he arrived outside, he saw a cold-faced expert standing in the sky. This guy's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the divine physique realm. However, he didn't seem to know that the overall strength of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had increased after the Lotus Flower's chaos. Therefore, he seemed a little arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Why aren't you kneeling down yet? This 5th level divine physique realm cultivator actually made 100,000 divine physique realm experts kneel before him. That made sense. These people had expended a lot of energy, so they looked weaker. Their aura wasn't that strong. So this guy was the one who was deceived. Who are you to make us kneel? You're courting death. Ling Xiao flew into the air and grabbed the man's throat. He said coldly, "Are you another one of Lotus Flower's remnants? I don't know what you're talking about, but you'd better let go of me quickly. Otherwise, you'll be finished when Heaven's Wall City's army arrives." The man struggled as he spoke. Heaven's Wall City. Ling Xiao, Qin Huang, and the others were stunned. Heaven's Wall City had sent many young cultivators to the 4 regions and 9 worlds to train. In the end, most of them had died in the Lotus Flower's disaster. Some were killed by Ling Xiao, while others died directly from the infection. Now, someone from Heaven's Wall City had appeared. Moreover, it was a middle-aged man. This wasn't quite the same as before. What's going on with Heaven's Wall City's army? Ling Xiao let go of the man and asked with a frown. Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. Chapter 5029. Heaven's Wall City is about to go to war with Eternal Divine Nation, so we need the 4 regions and 9 worlds as our rear base. I've come to inform you of this. Who is the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? The cultivators of Heaven's Wall City weren't as arrogant after being threatened by Ling Xiao, but they were still as haughty as ever. Heaven's Wall City sure is optimistic. Where were they when we were tricked by Lotus Flower? Now that Lotus Flower is dead, they want to take advantage of the situation. How shameless. Go back and tell your city lords that they're welcome to rest and recuperate in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But if they want to rule over the 4 regions and 9 worlds, there's no way. Ling Xiao said coldly, "It looks like you're the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I'm just a messenger. Do as you see fit. Heaven's Wall City's vanguard will arrive at the chaotic desert in 3 days. I advise you not to put up any pointless resistance. I'm no match for you, but I'm only a cultivator of below-average strength in Heaven's Wall City. Resistance will only bring endless calamity to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Once Heaven's Wall City's army arrives, the peace you've just won will immediately crumble. That's all I have to say. Farewell." The messenger from Heaven's Wall City broke through the air and left. Ling Xiao did not stop him. It was just a messenger. There was no point in killing him. 3 days isn't even enough time for us to catch our breaths. Ling Xiao was certain that Heaven's Wall City had been paying attention to the battle between the 4 regions and Lotus Flower. They'd only made an appearance now. Most people wouldn't be able to recover to peak condition in 3 days. You've all heard it. What do you plan to do? Ling Xiao looked at the 100,000 experts below. They were the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They represented the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. "We'll listen to His Majesty." Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to make of it. If they surrendered, they'd likely become slaves of Heaven's Wall City. It was better than being ruled by Lotus Flower, but they still couldn't accept it. If he didn't surrender, could he really win? The weakest martial artists in Heaven's Wall City were probably at the first level of the divine physique echelon. How could he resist? Thus, they left the decision to Ling Xiao. He was the hero who saved the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The celestial emperor of the Empire of Tyrants. The name of this empire was only recently changed. Jimingkong suggested that the empire be named after Ling Xiao's martial spirit. Only then would it be more exclusive. It also showed the ambition of the empire. Although Ling Xiao didn't think the name was important, he still decided to change it according to Hai Myung-ko's suggestion. The other organizations did not change. Therefore, it wouldn't cause any unrest in the empire. Let's wait for 3 days before deciding what to do. I want to see Heaven's Wall City's attitude. After all, they used to be martial artists from the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If I can help, I'm naturally willing. But if they want to use force, I won't be polite either. Everyone, do your best to recover in these 3 days and wait here for Heaven's Wall City's vanguard to arrive. Also, send some people to spread the good news. Lotus Flower is dead, and the scourge is over. As for Heaven's Wall City, don't mention it for now. We'll take care of it in secret. Ling Xiao had a guess. Heaven's Wall City's martial artists were probably afraid of Lotus Flower as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come so suddenly after Lotus Flower's death. Therefore, Heaven's Wall City's martial artists shouldn't be difficult to deal with. After all, Heaven's Wall City wasn't within Eternal Divine Nation's territory. Therefore, even if the upper limit of their strength was higher, it wouldn't exceed the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. It should be similar to the laws of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. After the order was passed down, tens of thousands of messengers left the chaotic sand sea and headed in different directions. They spread the exciting news to every corner of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao gathered the upper echelons of the various factions for a small meeting. During the meeting, Ling Xiao distributed the treasures he'd obtained from Lotus Flower to these people. According to Ling Xiao's plan, the martial artists on his side also needed to improve their combat strength as soon as possible. It was too difficult to break through in 3 days, so treasures became very important. There were a total of 25 experts at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon and above in the 13 factions of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Each of them had at least 4 emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns on them. Xiao Jin, Long Qin, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and Ling Xiao all had powerful emperor weapons with 10 dragon patterns. Even Yang Shuyi had one. It was a pity that emperor weapons with 10 dragon patterns were too rare. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have given each of them one as well. Apart from the 25 upper echelons, the rest of the martial artists were also equipped with emperor weapons with 7 or 8 dragon patterns. In short, Ling Xiao gave them all that could be equipped. One day later, Hai Myung-ko arrived at the chaotic sand ocean. Hai Myung-ko's cultivation was at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. Although she was still far from being an expert, her breakthrough speed was definitely not slow. As the only remaining legitimate royal bloodline of the sacred dynasty, she wasn't simple at all. In addition, Ling Xiao had been helping her all this while. Although she couldn't keep up with Ling Xiao's rhythm completely, it was almost there. Hai Myung-ko was Ling Xiao's most trusted helper. He didn't hesitate to hand over the management rights of the Empire of Tyrants to this woman. This time, he asked her to come over to explain the matters of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Although the 4 domains and 9 worlds were already under the control of the Empire of Tyrants, due to the lack of time, many aspects of management couldn't keep up. Naturally, he had to trouble Hai Myung-ko with this matter. After explaining everything, Ling Xiao gave the 9 dragon crystals to Hai Myung-ko. These 9 dragon crystals were the 9 giant dragons. Previously, they were either killed or fused with the lotus flower. However, after the lotus flower died, the dragon crystals were preserved. Ling Xiao modified the dragon crystals and activated them with Long Qin's giant dragon blood. The 9 giant dragons listened to Hai Myung-ko's commands. These were 9 powerful existences at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. Moreover, they would continue to grow. In the future, Ling Xiao wouldn't have to worry about Hai Myung-ko's safety anymore. The Empire of Tyrants finally had a divine guardian beast that could be used in public. After doing all this, Ling Xiao started to focus on his cultivation. Recently, his cultivation had been breaking through a little too quickly. He had to calm down and check for flaws. He had to strengthen the unstable areas. He didn't plan to break through in the next 3 days. He just needed to stabilize his cultivation. The others were also making use of the time to recover. Fortunately, the lotus flower had a large number of elixirs in his storage. This could speed up everyone's recovery. It played an important role. Everyone felt a surge of energy in their hearts. Heaven's Wall City was trying to steal the fruits of their victory. How could they agree? Perhaps it was because they had defeated the lotus flower, but everyone was filled with hope and confidence. They had the powerful His Majesty, Ling Xiao. They didn't fear any enemy. Chapter 50-30. They waited anxiously and orderly for 3 days. As expected, an army appeared above the chaotic desert. There weren't many of them, only about 300. However, every one of them was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao sensed that the weakest among the 300 was at the early 6th level of the Divine Physique realm. The strongest was at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique realm. There were 300 of them. Even after the necromancy disaster, there were only 25 cultivators above the 6th level of the Divine Physique realm in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The difference was too obvious. Moreover, this was only the vanguard. Even if the vanguard was the elite force of Heaven's Wall City, it was still terrifying enough. No wonder these people could live at the entrance of the eternal divine nation. With their strength, they could. Who is the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? 4 early 6th level divine Physique realm cultivators flew over and looked down at the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They asked contemptuously, "I am." Ling Xiao walked out and said indifferently. Although he knew Heaven's Wall City was up to no good, they were all humans. Moreover, the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City could be of great help to humans entering the eternal divine palace. Therefore, Ling Xiao's attitude was to use peaceful means before resorting to force. He would talk to them first. If they weren't willing to talk, then he would have to resort to violence. There were some people who would only know fear if you beat them to the point where they were afraid. "Have you decided what to do?" One of them asked coldly. "Who is your leader? I want to talk to him." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Our leader is the general of Heaven's Wall City, but I don't think there's anything to talk about with you. You only need to sign a contract obediently and hand over the ruling rights of the 4 regions and 9 worlds to us. This way, we can prevent the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds from suffering." That person said, "Why don't you let me see your general? He should know that I can even kill Emperor Lianhua. I'll be of great help to you." Ling Xiao said again, As the general expected, this kid wants to keep his power. But this is good. Take him to the military camp. He won't live for long." The 4 experts of the Heaven's Wall City secretly communicated with each other using their souls. "General, you think too highly of this brat. With the strength of the 4 of us, do you think we can't kill a mere cultivator from the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Don't underestimate him. After all, he did kill Lotus Flower. Although it might be a Lotus Flower who hasn't recovered much of his strength, he's still alive. But to be on the safe side, it was better to lure him in and confirm that he was dead, so as to avoid any unforeseen circumstances." This idiot, the general, was prepared to close the door and beat the dog, but he still wants to go in himself. Just in time. The few of them secretly communicated with each other, and one of them said indifferently, "If that's the case, then come with us. As long as you work hard for Heaven's Wall City, the City Lord will definitely not treat you unfairly. Although you are a bit lowly, you are still of the same origin as us." "Lowly? Didn't your general teach you how to speak? Don't forget that I'm still the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You'll be punished for being so disrespectful to me." Ling Xiao's voice suddenly turned cold. In the next moment, the 4 Heaven's Wall City experts suddenly felt a terrifying pain coming from their bodies. Their bodies started to distort and deform, and their bones creaked as if they would break at any time. Spare us," one of them uttered with difficulty. Ling Xiao sneered and retracted the power of the bloodthirsty rat plague. Now that he had become extremely powerful, The power of the bloodthirsty rat plague had also become even more terrifying. Killing these 4 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artists was as easy as flipping his hand. He wouldn't just keep lowering his head. He had to show a bit of his strength. Only then would the other party be willing to negotiate. Damn it, damn it. This fellow actually dared to attack us. I'm so angry. I'm going to kill him. Kill him. The Heaven's Wall City martial artists roared furiously through soul voice transmissions. Only their own people could hear them. Calm down. This person isn't weak. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we might not be a match for him. It's better to leave him to the general. Right now, we just have to lure him into the trap that we've set. That's right. To be able to inflict so much pain on the 4 of us in one move, this fellow is very terrifying. The 4 of them wished they could kill Ling Xiao right now. However, their rationality told them that with their strength, they were probably not a match for Ling Xiao. Therefore, they could only endure and pretend to be terrified on the surface. One of them said, as expected of the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, "You're actually so powerful. We're full of admiration. With your strength, you're indeed qualified to meet and talk with our general. Please." That's right, that's right. I didn't expect such a powerful person to exist in a place like the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We've misjudged. The rest of the people chimed in, revealing smiles that were uglier than crying. It was extremely awkward. Xiao Jin, who was standing at the side, was delighted. These Heaven's Wall City fellows have always looked down on the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Their high and mighty appearance is truly disgusting. This time, they've finally been taught a lesson by you, boss. Let's see if they still dare to continue being so arrogant. AI, Heaven's Wall City has long been isolated from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They've long forgotten their original intentions. The experts who founded Heaven's Wall City wanted it to be a bridge between the 4 regions and the 9 worlds and eternal divine nation. Qin Huang sighed. His emotions were the most complicated right now. He was from Heaven's Wall City and had been born together with the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. To be honest, he really didn't want the 2 sides to fight. Fortunately, Ling Xiao wanted to negotiate. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Qin Huang, you have to be mentally prepared. Although I have the intention to negotiate, I don't want to do that. Although I do want to negotiate, the other side doesn't seem to have come with good intentions. This battle is likely unavoidable. You just need to persuade House Qin to stay out of the fight. Don't let them get involved. I'll do my best to end this battle as quickly as possible and minimize the number of casualties. Ling Xiao patted Qin Huang's shoulder. Many thanks. Qin Huang was extremely grateful. Afterwards, Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua, Xiao Jin, Qin Huang, Long Chun, and Cold Plum walked towards the army camp. The others remained where they were and waited. There were only 6 of them, so the martial artists of Heaven's Wall City didn't think much of them. More importantly, these 6 were all young people. Perhaps they didn't think their strength was all that great. Moments later, the group arrived at the army camp. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and observed. His expression grew serious. Around the military camp, there was a faint killing intent. Although others couldn't see it, it couldn't escape his Taiji eye. At this moment, he was completely certain. The other party had no intention of negotiating at all. They'd condescendingly asked for the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If he gave them to them, he might be able to keep his life. If he didn't, the other party would attack him with lightning speed and kill him. He knew this very well in his heart, but would he be afraid? Chapter 50-31. If this was the first time Ling Xiao saw a martial artist from Heaven's Wall City, he might really be afraid. But now, Ling Xiao had even beaten great Emperor Lianhua to the point of resurrection. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of a martial artist from Heaven's Wall City. Some problems had to be solved. With a faint smile, he signaled the others with his eyes and stepped into the military camp. Over 300 experts from Heaven's Wall City stood neatly in the military camp. One of them sat on a wooden armchair and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. You are the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? You can't be a fake, right? This was the general of Heaven's Wall City. His strength was second only to the Heaven's Wall City Lord, a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Ling Xiao felt that he was even stronger than Lotus Flower. Of course, he was only slightly stronger than Lotus Flower, who hadn't fully recovered. Moreover, he didn't have as many lives as Lotus Flower. If the two of them were to fight, victory would definitely belong to Lotus Flower. Reporting to the general, this is indeed the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao. Not only that, the 4 regions and 9 worlds are already under the rule of the Empire of Tyrants. Ling Xiao is the Empire of Tyrants' heavenly emperor. If Heaven's Wall City has any difficulties, you can tell him. He will definitely help you solve it. Qin Huang said hurriedly. He also felt the restless atmosphere, so he wanted to avoid a battle that shouldn't have started. I was wondering who it was. So it's the son of the Qin clan. Even the young city lord, Saint Tianming, is dead. You actually shamelessly became someone else's subordinate. If you kill yourself now, I can still let your Qin clan off. Otherwise, everyone in the Qin clan will die. The general looked at Qin Huang coldly and sneered. What did you say? Qin Huang's reverse scale was his clan and his relatives. His current cultivation wasn't any weaker than the general. When he heard what the general said, he was instantly enraged. If you dare to touch my Qin clan, I will make you wish you were dead. I will kill everyone in your Heaven's Wall clan. Qin Huang roared. Haha, do you have the ability? The general was a little disdainful. Qin Huang, stand aside first. Ling Xiao's voice rang out at this moment. He looked coldly at General Shang and said, Tell me the truth. What is your purpose this time? Do you still not understand? The 4 regions and 9 worlds were only fit to be slaves of the Heaven's Wall City. If you are obedient, you can live without worry. Otherwise, all of you will die. The general sneered. So there's no room for discussion? Ling Xiao took a deep breath as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Talk? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with us? Just the 300 people I brought with me are enough to destroy the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Not to mention that Heaven's Wall City had a population of over 1 million. When the army arrives, no matter how many ants there are in the 9 worlds, they will all be wiped out. After the general finished speaking, he waved his hand. The 300 martial artists standing there urged their divine essence one after another, releasing powerful auras. However, Ling Xiao was faster than them. Since there was no basis for negotiation, Ling Xiao wasn't going to show any mercy. In that moment, he pounced on the general of Heaven's Wall City. We're all humans, so I wanted to have a good talk with you. Perhaps we could join forces and enter eternal divine nation. But since you've been so arrogant and rude, don't blame me for what happens next. Ling Xiao deployed the god-defying art as soon as he attacked. At the same time, he gathered the ox demon fist in his left hand. He unleashed the power of cosmic light and froze time. Even Lotus Flower wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful attack. He would be gravely injured no matter what. The general was a bit stronger than Lotus Flower. However, Ling Xiao firmly believed that the general would be gravely injured as well. The attack landed the moment time froze. The moment the time stopped disappeared. The general of Heaven's Wall City let out an earth-shattering scream. The entire military camp was shaken by this sound. Ling Xiao had severely injured the general of Heaven's Wall City with a single blow. However, the general was obviously still alive. He probably had some defensive treasure on him. His strength was impressive as well. Stop. It wasn't until now that the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City finally reacted and wanted to come to the general's rescue. However, Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, and the others had already launched their attacks. Ling Xiao's attack was the signal. Ling Xiao didn't dare be careless in the face of the powerful general of Heaven's Wall City. Although he'd already injured the general, he still launched a series of attacks. At this moment, he had already made up his mind to kill his opponent. Moreover, he had also noticed some clues from the conversation between Qin Huang and the general. Perhaps Heaven's Wall City wouldn't be as arrogant as it was now if he destroyed the Heaven's Wall clan. The general of Heaven's Wall City thought of counterattacking amidst his screams, but it was useless. Ling Xiao launched a series of attacks. There was almost no pause between each move. He didn't want to give the general any chance to turn the tables. He deployed the god-defying art from the unification to the god-defying art. His left hand wasn't idle either, blasting out all sorts of martial soul techniques. It had to be said that the general was already very strong. He'd blocked most of Ling Xiao's attacks. That was why he hadn't died immediately. However, he was already covered in injuries. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't injured. More importantly, he hadn't been able to launch a counterattack until now. He'd only been defending himself hastily. The only thing he was thinking about was that he'd underestimated his opponent too much. He'd been so careless against the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That was why he'd ended up in such a pitiful situation. It was a tragedy from start to finish. It's time to end this. Shatter the void. Shatter the void. Seeing that the general had no strength to retaliate, Ling Xiao thought that the time had come. He wanted to end this battle by shattering the void. Damn it. I'm the general of Heaven's Wall City. If you dare to kill me, the 4 regions and 9 worlds will definitely be slaughtered by the army of Heaven's Wall City. The general could only threaten him with words. He couldn't do anything else. All right, all right, all right. Whatever you say. However, you can forget about seeing what you said. Ling Xiao watched as the general's body was torn apart by the void mirror. He smiled when he sensed that the general's aura had disappeared. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the entire process had only taken a minute. The general of Heaven's Wall City had been careless, and Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to attack. He'd been defeated with a series of attacks. The surrounding martial artists of Heaven's Wall City were dumbfounded. You actually killed our general. You're crazy. One of them exclaimed in horror and disbelief. Start. Domain name. Please remember _3. The general of Heaven's Wall City wasn't the only one who died in the battle. Dozens of the 300 experts had also died. Ling Xiao's companions weren't easy to deal with. Their strength wasn't something that these guys could imagine. Avenge the general. These people hadn't realized how strong Ling Xiao and the others were, and they were still dreaming of revenge. Chapter 5032. In the end, Ling Xiao joined the battle. In an instant, close to 100 people died. Only now did they realize their fear. The remaining people all chose to escape. Because there were more people, even if Ling Xiao wanted to chase after them, it would not be easy. He could only give up for now. Lunatics of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, you're all finished. The general has been killed, and Heaven's Wall City will send an army to attack. Just wait for your destruction. Angry roars came from afar. Come at me. If you want to die, try it. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the fleeing cultivators. Then, he looked back at Qin Huang and said, Come with me and bring your family members back. Those people will definitely complain when they return. I'm afraid the Qin family members are doomed. Since they had already become comrades, Ling Xiao would not sit idly by and do nothing about Qin Huang's family. Boss, do we have to go too? Xiao Jin asked. Of course. We can't wait for others to attack. The 4 regions and 9 worlds are already in ruins. Although we won, the destruction caused by the battle is also very great. This time, we have to fight outside. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind, since he wanted to target the Heaven's Wall clan and not the entire Heaven's Wall City. The best way was to sneak attack the enemy and kill the Heaven's Wall City Lord. At that time, Heaven's Wall City would know how powerful the 4 regions and 9 worlds were and would not dare to attack. Call Hai Myung Ko to go with us. She has the protection of the 9 dragons. It's time for her to temper herself on the battlefield. Perhaps her strength will increase faster. As for the others, just guard the only path from Heaven's Wall City to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Don't let those fellows escape to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao was a man of action. Since he had decided to do something, he would not waste time. First, he let everyone hide in the Dongshang Emperor Ring. Then, he entered the Shadow Warrior form and quietly followed those fleeing cultivators. Since the vanguard of Heaven's Wall City had arrived, the main army must be not far behind. As expected, following the path that Qin Huang had pointed out, they stepped onto a relatively safe path. This was the path that Heaven's Wall City cultivators took to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The danger level along the way was the lowest. Even so, A martial artist at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon would still face the risk of losing his life if he entered. However, Ling Xiao's strength was already on par with a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. This little bit of danger was not a problem to him at all. After traveling for over 100 miles, they finally saw an oasis. Above the oasis, the army of Heaven's Wall City was densely packed. At a rough glance, there were at least 1 million of them. Fortunately, the Eternal Desert's oasis was also huge. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate the millions of martial artists. Ling Xiao did not alarm the other party. Instead, he snuck into the military camp. Because it was a temporary military camp, the defenses were naturally not that tight. In addition, Ling Xiao was best at concealing his whereabouts. It was a piece of cake to sneak in. They had just arrived at the Qin clan, but before they could even see the Qin clan's patriarch, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses suddenly surrounded them. It should be that the Heaven's Wall City Master had already received the report of those who had escaped. "Qin Hu, you old thief. Get out here for this city lord." A loud shout came from outside the Qin family's camp. Obviously, he was very angry. "Heaven's Wall City Master, what is the meaning of this? Do you still want to have internal strife at this time?" Qin Huang's father, Qin Hu, who was now the Qin clan's patriarch, looked at the Heaven's Wall City Master who had just walked in with an ugly expression. "I have internal strife? You old thief, you have always disagreed with my policy. You actually want to ally with those despicable fellows from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That's why you sent your son, Qin Huang, to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I just received news that the general was ambushed and killed by those bastards from the 4 regions and 9 worlds in a despicable and shameless way. Your son, Qin Huang, also participated in this ambush. Today, you must give me an explanation." The Heaven's Wall City Master said coldly. "What explanation do you want?" Qin Hu asked coldly. He knew the general's character too well. He was a conceited egomaniac. Qin Hu would never believe that someone would use a despicable and shameless way to deal with him. "Qin Hu, take your own life. If you die, I can spare the rest of the Qin family. Otherwise, even if I have to take the risk of internal strife, I will not let them off. Even if there is internal strife, I will still kill the entire Qin clan." The Heaven's Wall City Master said coldly. "Do you mean it?" Qin Hu asked. "Why? You don't believe me?" The Heaven's Wall City Master said indifferently, "I can swear to the heavens that if you die, I will spare the rest of the Qin clan, including your son, Qin Huang, and your daughter, Qin Qin. If I go back on my words, I will die a horrible death." "Master, don't." Qin Huang's mother grabbed Qin Hu's arm and shook her head. "You did nothing wrong. Why must you die? If you die, what will we do? We are willing to live and die with the patriarch." The Qin clan had always treated their subordinates well. Therefore, Qin Hu was deeply loved and respected. These people were truly willing to die for him. Qin Hu sighed and restrained Qin Huang's mother. Then, he took a step forward and placed his sword on his neck. "Tianding Lai, don't forget your oath." "Of course." The Heaven's Wall City Master, Tianding Lai, said with a faint smile. Then, he said to someone behind him, "After Qin Hu dies, don't leave a single member of the Qin clan alive. I have already made my oath. I can't do it, but you can." "Don't worry, Lord City Master. Only Qin Hu is difficult to deal with in the Qin clan. As long as he dies, I can instantly exterminate the entire Qin clan." That person said excitedly. It was a pity that Qin Hu didn't hear those words. He weighed the pros and cons and thought for a long time before making such a decision. Although Qin Hu's name sounded bold and powerful, he was actually a very soft-hearted person. He didn't want the martial artists in Heaven's Wall City to kill each other. He felt that by sacrificing himself, he could exchange for peace. Unfortunately, he seemed to be too naive. How could someone like Tian Dinglai keep his promise? Because of his character, although he had a high reputation in Heaven's Wall City, he couldn't become the city master. To put it bluntly, he wasn't as good at playing tricks as Tian Dinglai. This was his strength, but also his weakness. Perhaps this was what the saying, "No one is perfect," meant. "Huang Qin you must live well." After saying this, Qin Hu closed his eyes and stabbed his sword into the depths of his soul realm. However, at this moment, a hand reached out from the void and blocked the sharp blade of the long sword. Old man, we will live well. Don't be in such a hurry to die. The person who appeared was Qin Huang. Although appearing now wasn't good for the sneak attack plan. However, Ling Xiao still felt that he should let Qin Huang save him. Otherwise, if Qin Hu died, it would become Qin Huang's lifelong regret. Huang Qin Hu looked at his son in a daze. It had only been 1 or 2 months, but his son seemed to have become stronger than before. He was more mature and steady. He was no longer the arrogant young master. Instead, he had become more like an expert. Chapter 50-33. Father, Tian Dinglai has failed in his management of Heaven's Wall City, resulting in the current situation. He should take full responsibility. Now, not only does he refuse to admit his mistakes, but he wants to take over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He has provoked an equally powerful enemy. He is leading Heaven's Wall City to its doom. The one who deserves to die is him, not you. Qin Huang looked at Qin Hu and said righteously, "You dare to come back? Good. Very good. Since that is the case, you will be buried here with your father." Tian Dinglia's expression turned ugly as his plan failed. He really did not think that Qin Huang actually dared to come back alone. Tian Dinglai, you said it. You can't go back on your words. Qin Hu shouted loudly, "That's enough, father. How can you believe the words of such a person? He swore that he would not do anything to the Qin family after you die. But don't forget, even if he doesn't do anything, his subordinates can still destroy the Qin family." Qin Huang shouted sternly. Then, he looked at Tian Dinglai and said, "In front of the king of sovereign's laws, do you dare to swear that after my father dies, you and everyone else in Heaven's Wall City will not do anything to the Qin family?" Oaths were effective in the mystic world. As long as your strength did not surpass the king of sovereigns, you would be punished by the laws if you went against your oath. Tian Dinglai did not dare to swear, because if he did, his plan would not be able to proceed. You don't dare? If you don't dare, then don't say such nonsense. Today, with me, Qin Huang, here, you can forget about harming my family." Qin Huang said sternly. No matter how naive Qin Hu was, when he saw Tian Dinglia's reaction, he knew that Tian Dinglai was toying with him. Immediately, a flame of anger burned in his chest. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Moreover, Qin Hu was very strong. "Qin family sons, listen up. Kill your way out." He shouted loudly. "You want to escape? What a joke. Since the plan has failed, we have to use force. Pass down my orders. Kill all the martial artists in the Qin family." As Tian Dinglia's voice fell, a huge martial soul appeared behind him. It was a Kuanping. When the Kuanping martial soul was released, a terrifying aura soared into the sky like a tower. It dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. This guy is very dangerous. Qin Huang is not his match. Looks like we have to make a move in advance. How about this? Leave Tian Dinglai to me. Your job is to protect the Qin family. Before I defeat Sky, I will not allow you to fall. Because the situation had changed, Ling Xiao also made a new decision. Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, Long Chun, and Hai Myung-ko all flew out of the Dongshang Emperor Ring. They stood guard around the Qin clan's campsite. "Everyone, don't panic. These are my friends who have gone through life and death with me. They were trustworthy. We've been holding back for a long time." The Tian Ho family had never followed the instructions of their ancestors and never contacted the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now that they were in danger, they wanted to take over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This was not only stupid, but also shameless. Today, my Qin clan will replace you and become the new overlord of Heaven's Wall City. Qin Huang said loudly. On the way here, Ling Xiao had already tried to persuade him. They couldn't abandon Heaven's Wall City in the future. It was the only border between the tyrannical empire and eternal divine nation. It would also be an outpost for the tyrannical empire's cultivators to become stronger. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only rest assured if Qin Huang was in charge of Heaven's Wall City. Qin Hu's personality wasn't good. He was too weak and naive. He was easily manipulated and tricked. Huang, are you really going to rebel? Qin Hu asked in surprise. Father, don't you understand? They want to get rid of our Qin clan. You still want to be loyal? I'll tell you the truth. These people are the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Heaven's Wall City can't hold on any longer. Their strength has grown to the peak of Heaven's Wall City. This is all because of that idiot Sky Dinglia's stubbornness. Since Qin Huang had agreed to Ling Zhao's plan, he had to persevere even if his father objected. Fortunately, Qin Hu was weak, but not foolish. After listening to Qin Huang's words, he nodded. Let's not talk about this for now. We can talk more after we've dealt with our current difficulties. Boom. Sky Dinglia's aura was still expanding. He continued to charge into the sky. He was at least 1,000 meters tall. Countless people raised their heads to look at him. Kid, you're really ambitious. Unfortunately, I'm the Emperor of Heaven's Wall City. You're rebelling. You must die. The powerful aura finally stopped growing. Sky Dinglai stood on a white cloud and hovered in the sky. The golden Kuan Peng martial soul behind him shone brightly. It was as if a pair of golden wings had formed behind him. Energy flowed on the wings. With a light flap, he could cause space to tremble and the weather to change. The wind element between heaven and earth seemed to be under Sky Dinglia's control. The other martial artists hovering in the sky had no choice but to fly. The wind element was no longer under their control. Some of them even fell to the ground. Qin Hu had a feeling that if Sky Dinglai gently flapped the wings behind him, the entire Qin clan's camp would be torn apart. Even these martial artists would die. This guy is really too strong. I'm no match for him. Although Qin Hu was also very strong, he was still far from being Sky Dinglia's match. Huang, find a chance to escape with your mother. We can't let our Qin clan die today. He whispered to Qin Huang beside him. He is indeed very strong, as expected of the city lord of Heaven's Wall City. However, this level of strength is not enough for me to escape. Qin Huang shook his head calmly and said, I know someone who is even stronger than him. Who is this person? Qin Hu asked. Father, don't worry about Sky Dinglai. We just need to focus on dealing with the enemies charging at us. Try to reduce the casualties. However, don't be too soft. Even if we don't kill others, others will kill us. In history, every revolution has been accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Qin Huang knew that Ling Xiao would deal with Sky Dinglai. His current mission was to protect the Qin clan's camp. Surrender. Qin Hu, Qin Huang. You want to rely on the help of a few trash from the 4 regions and 9 worlds to take my position? That's wishful thinking. Sky Dinglai sneered. Cut the crap. If you want to kill, then kill. Why do you have to keep talking? Qin Huang roared. Good. Very good. Don't move first. I'll show you what I'm made of. Sky Dinglai did not allow his subordinates to attack because he wanted to protect them. That was because he had already started flapping the golden wings behind him. In that instant, a wild wind raged. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. An endless amount of wild wind blew toward the Qin clan's camp like a wild beast. As the wind blew, the ground seemed to be lifted up. Yellow sand filled the sky. The vegetation in the oasis was also uprooted. The demonic dragon formed by the storm wanted to swallow the entire Qin clan. Chapter 50-34. Protect the weak. Qin Hu shouted loudly. He hurriedly went to protect his wife. The others also went to protect the people around them. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. He wore a ferocious armor and looked like a human immortal bird. Who is that? Everyone in Heaven's Wall City had the same question. Father, that is the strongest person in the 4 domains and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao. Watch carefully how he defeats Tian Dinglai. Qin Huang stood there and looked excitedly at Ling Xiao. At first, he only admired him. Now, he worshipped him. In fact, it had only been a month. He had witnessed the rise of this young man with his own eyes. Ling Xiao gently waved his hand. The ground began to freeze. The wind began to weaken. A frost divine dragon roared as it crawled out of the void. It slammed into the demonic dragon formed by the storm. In the next moment, the demonic dragon was also frozen. The raging wind stopped in an instant. Then, Ling Xiao stabbed out with the Void God's sword in his right hand. The 8 sword lights instantly shattered the frozen sandstorm. At that moment, the originally dark and gloomy scene became clear and bright again. Let me introduce myself. I am Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Empire of Sky Tyrant. I am the strongest person in the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Tian Dinglai, as the City Lord of Heaven's Wall City, you want to take over the 4 domains and 9 worlds. I won't waste time. Do you dare to fight me? If you lose, I will give up the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If you win, take the Tian Dinglai family and leave the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Never come back. Compared to Lotus Flower, Ling Xiao did not hate Tian Dinglai as much. As long as Tian Dinglai was willing to leave, he would not kill him. With that, he soared into the sky and flew thousands of meters up. His battle with Tian Dinglai would be intense. If he got too close to the ground, he would bring disaster to others. That's good. Tian Dinglai did not want to waste too much energy on the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If he could get what he wanted by killing Ling Xiao, wouldn't that be more direct? I've long heard of your great name, but let me see if you're as strong as the rumors say. Since you want to make things convenient for me, how can I not accept it? However, the battle between us has nothing to do with the Qin clan. I will still destroy the Qin clan. All of you, listen up. Launch the attack and wipe out the Qin clan. The battle on the ground began at Tian Dinglia's command. However, Ling Xiao didn't even spare him a glance. His current goal was to defeat Tian Dinglai. He did not care about anything else. Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, Long Qin, Qin Huang, and Hai Myung-ko, who had the 9 dragons armor. These people were worthy of his trust. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful. If Tian Minglai's subordinates wanted to destroy the Qin family, it would be even more difficult than killing him. Whoosh whoosh, 2 streaks of light shot into the sky. It stopped at a distance of about 1,000 meters. This was a battle between the strongest. No matter how many words were said, it would be of no use. In the end, the winner would be decided with their fists. Whoever won would control the 4 regions and 9 worlds. At this moment, 4 people and a horse appeared in a place no one had noticed. If Ling Xiao saw them, he would be surprised to find that he'd seen them before. When he'd first arrived in Violet Spirit, he hadn't recognized Zi Qinya. Zi Qinya had been waiting for them on the street. Sumengzhen, Sunsheng, Zhuneng, Shahai. Later on, the 4 of them left the little Violet Spirit Kingdom, and there was no news of them. Later on, when Ling Xiao came to the 3,000 holy cities, he heard the names of these 4 people again. He knew that they were experts from Eternal Divine Nation. At the time, Ling Xiao had been very surprised. It was also the first time he'd learned of the existence of powerful beings in the Eternal Desert. The 4 of them stood there. However, no one else could see them. Even the powerful Ling Xiao and Tian Dinglai hadn't noticed them at all. It was enough to show how terrifying they were. Eldest senior brother, who do you think will win? Zhuning asked with a smile. Tian Dinglai has great control over his Kuanping martial soul. He can control the wind element between heaven and earth. Not only does he possess great destructive power, but he's also astonishingly fast. I still remember Ling Xiao. The first time I saw him, he was just an unremarkable character. But at that time, I could see his unwillingness to admit defeat. Moreover, he seems to be a beast god cultivator and has mastered the beast god body. His ability to defeat Lotus Flower is testament to his strength. I think he'll be the final victor. Sun Shang said after some analysis. Eldest senior brother, and I have the same opinion. This Ling Xiao is worthy of being taken to Eternal Divine Nation. Don't you agree, Master? Zhuning asked Sumengzhen. We'll know whether he's worthy or not after this battle. Don't forget that our mission is to find a seed for Eternal Divine Nation. One day, we'll find a seed that can truly contend against the ancient races. Sumengzhen said faintly. Yes, there are many geniuses in the 9 realms. We found some who can't awaken on their own. We've sent more than 100 seeds to Eternal Divine Nation as of late. Many of them are more talented than Ling Xiao. They just haven't had the same fortuitous encounters as Ling Xiao. It seems that Dark Frost and Donghuang, you are closely related to Ling Xiao. Zhuning nodded. Su Mingjin didn't say anything this time. She quietly watched the battle not far away. Although the energy waves were incredibly strong, they were easily neutralized when they reached them. Perhaps she was paying too much attention to the battle. In that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly looked in their direction. Oh no, he's discovered us? Su Mingjin looked surprised. However, Ling Xiao looked away after a glance. He probably hadn't discovered anything. That kid. Su Mingjin had to be more careful. Everything they did was a secret. If he were to be discovered under such circumstances, it would be a little embarrassing. Ling Xiao, how dare you look around when you're fighting me? You don't take me seriously, do you? In the sky, Tian Dinglia's voice was tinged with anger and killing intent. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying energy circulating within this fellow's body. Every time it circulated, the surrounding wind essence would surge into his body. It made him even more terrifying. The power was terrifying, and they were fighting in the air. He only needed to manipulate the air to throw his opponent into confusion. I can understand why Ling Xiao chose to fight in the sky, but it's not a wise choice. Sha Hai shook his head. The sky is almost his home ground. If he can't even beat Tian Dinglai, he doesn't deserve to go to Eternal Divine Nation. Sun Sheng said faintly, Eldest senior brother, you're asking too much of him. His aptitude is one of the best even among the 100 or so seeds we've chosen. It's a pity that we didn't bring him to Eternal Divine Nation. Chapter 50-35. Sun Sheng did not say anything. He just stared at Ling Xiao in the battle. Ling Xiao, how are you going to deal with this? Ling Xiao was completely different from what they had imagined. It was as if the powerful Tian Dinglai did not exist in his eyes. Instead, he was thinking about that terrifying yet familiar aura he had sensed earlier. What was it? It was only a flash, but he believed that he had not sensed wrongly. Someone was definitely standing there, staring at him. Su Ming, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He still remembered this aura. If Su Ming was just an ordinary person, he might have forgotten. But the four of them were very special from the beginning. Ling Xiao had engraved them deeply in his mind. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. They don't have any evil intentions. Let's defeat the guy on the other side first. Ling Xiao did not sense any evil intentions from Su Ming's aura. And even if she did, there was nothing he could do about it. That was because he was too strong. Just a moment of feeling told him that he was definitely not a match for this fellow. Seeing that Tian Dinglai was about to explode, Ling Xiao finally raised his head and said, Let's do it. Looks like I have to defeat you as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows what else might happen. Too many things had happened recently. Ling Xiao had also improved a lot. It seems that you are in a hurry to die. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Tian Dinglai had an arrogant look on his face. It was as if everything was under his control. He spoke condescendingly, as if he did not care about Ling Xiao at all. But it made sense. His Kuan Peng martial soul was a terrifying beast that was not inferior to the divine dragon in the primordial era. It could overturn rivers and seas, swallow clouds, and spit out fog. It could fly for 90,000 miles. Such a powerful beast, even if it had become a martial soul, had inherited these characteristics. This made Tian Dinglai very confident. It's not good to speak too confidently. We'll only know who's stronger after we fight. Ling Xiao still held the Void God sword in his right hand. The Crimson Blood Demon sword appeared in his left hand. The blood-red sword light swam through the void, instantly transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that shot toward Tian Minglai. At that moment, Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack. The space between heaven and earth was completely enveloped by the blood-colored sword light, causing the opponent's speed to seem like it was useless. He couldn't use it at all. Ever since Ling Xiao broke through to the 5th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, not only did the Crimson Blood Demon sword's power increase, it even obtained a new ability. His sword spirit had also awakened. In the past, Ling Xiao's Dongsheng Demonic Sword and Dongsheng Divine Sword both possessed sword spirits. Now, the Crimson Blood Demon sword had also awakened a sword spirit. Ling Xiao called him the Blood Demon Emperor. The Blood Demon Emperor had his own fighting ability, which was the same as the Tao Tai in the Void God sword. As long as Ling Xiao controlled the Crimson Blood Demon sword, he would never betray him. The skills derived from the Blood Demon Emperor also appeared. This move, 10,000 swords flowing blood, was one of them. The formidable aspect of the myriad sword blood flow was that the area it covered was extremely terrifying. It could even annihilate the opponent's divine essence aura. It could also affect the opponent's ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Tian Dinglai wanted to control the wind element, but he was affected by the myriad sword blood flow, which cut off most of his connection with the wind element. Your idea is good, but it's a pity that your move is too slow. My speed is something you can't even imagine. Goodbye, Ling Xiao. After you die, don't forget who killed you. The instant the myriad sword blood flow was used, Tian Dinglai moved. The golden wings on his back trembled lightly, with strange runes flowing on them. At that moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to slow down. This was already very close to Ling Xiao's time stop. However, because Tian Dinglai's speed was too fast, it caused everything around him to appear very slow. As Tian Dinglai spoke, he had already appeared beside Ling Xiao. Then, his claws, which were as sharp as a Kuan Ping's, suddenly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. He was really fast to the extreme. Even Ling Xiao, who had always prided himself on his speed, felt very shocked. Although Ling Xiao had released the Sun God's Blood Fiend array from the very beginning, even with the Earth Golden Light Art, it seemed that he could not avoid the opponent's attack. Therefore, Ling Xiao gave up. Master, should we save him? It's a pity that this kid died. Juneng saw this scene and hurriedly asked, "What's there to panic about? If he died so easily, how could he have defeated Lotus Flower? Don't forget, that kid can control the law of time. This is something that none of us can do." Sun Shang said calmly. Before he could finish his words, Tian Dinglai's terrifying claws had already grabbed Ling Xiao's head. Bang! Ling Xiao's head was crushed, turning into powder. His entire body also turned into scattered spirit energy in an instant. Clearly, this was not the real Ling Xiao, but an illusion. Not good. The moment Tianming crushed the afterimage, he had a very bad feeling. There was actually a talisman in this illusion. A terrifying talisman that could trigger the heavenly lightning earthly fire. Dodge. Tian Dinglai was surprised that Ling Xiao could make such an arrangement in such a short time. However, he did not have time to think too much. His body leaped, and he flew away from Ling Xiao. Although this talisman was not enough to kill him, it could definitely injure him. Once he was injured, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in the following battle. Originally, according to his plan, even if Ling Xiao could use the illusion doppelganger to avoid his attack, Ling Xiao's spirit energy would still be in the illusion. He could rely on this spirit energy to find the location of Ling Xiao's real body in an instant. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually hide a talisman for detonation in the illusion? He was truly crafty and cunning. Then, where did Ling Xiao go? Thinking of this, Tian Dinglai's face instantly turned ugly. When he went to find Ling Xiao's real body again, a cold voice rang out. A cold voice sounded in his ears. A battle of life and death isn't a spar. Don't think that others will follow your plan. The moment the voice rang out, the sword lights suddenly arrived. The terrifying god-defying art exploded. 8 sword lights enveloped Tian Dinglai at the same time, not giving him any chance to breathe. As it turned out, after Ling Xiao used the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, he also used the Shadow Dancer form. He arrived at Tian Dinglai's side. If Tian Dinglai chose to retreat, he would naturally attack. If Tian Dinglai did not retreat, then the talisman would explode, and he would be able to beat a drowning dog. This talisman was obtained from Lotus Flower. Being able to defeat Lotus Flower in advance was truly a good thing. Otherwise, facing Tian Dinglai's astonishing speed would be somewhat troublesome. At this moment, Ling Xiao's scheme succeeded. The 8 sword lights had already touched Tian Dinglai's head. They wanted to kill Tian Dinglai. It was not that Ling Xiao wanted to kill this guy, but the problem was that this guy was too strong. If he showed even a little mercy, he might end up digging his own grave. Ling Xiao's scheme was crafty and hard to guard against. It caused Tian Dinglai to fall into an extremely dangerous predicament. Chapter 5036. In terms of power, Tian Dinglai was on par with Ling Xiao. In terms of speed, he was faster than Ling Xiao. However, in terms of cunning and viciousness, he could not be compared to Ling Xiao. An instant crafty plan that did not give the opponent time to think was followed by a killing move to kill the opponent. Seeing this scene, even Su Mengzhen was shocked. This guy might not be the most talented among the 100 or so seeds. However, in terms of strategy and craftiness, he is unparalleled. In a situation of equal power, I'm afraid no one is a match for him. I finally understand why he was able to survive until now, and why he was able to defeat Lotus Flower. This guy is not human at all. He is a monster. Su Mengzhen muttered to himself. After traveling through the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao was the first person he called a monster. In the past, others had called him a monster. However, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was the true monster. In this world, there were many geniuses, but very few monsters. However, he won't win so easily. Tian Dinglai was able to become the city lord. He won't be defeated so easily. Ling Xiao, what other surprises do you have for me? Su Mengzhen smiled and looked at the 2 sides of the battle again. The God-defying art's 8-word stance was extremely powerful. When combined with the God-defying sword, it could instantly kill Tian Dinglai. However, Tian Dinglai did not have as many lives as Lotus Flower. Once he died, he would truly die. This was a situation where death was certain. However, aside from a moment of shock, Tian Dinglai's face instantly became calm. It was as though breaking out of this situation was not difficult for him. At this moment, the sword light had already pierced through his protective divine energy and was about to pierce his head. Originally, there was no way to deal with it. However, he could. Because he was Tian Dinglai, the city lord of Heaven Wall City. What a boring trick. Tian Dinglai sneered disdainfully. In that instant, the giant Kuan Pong behind him transformed into a giant Kuan. The Kuan Pong was an ancient giant beast. It had 2 forms. When roaming the deep sea, it was a Kuan. Roaring in the 9 heavens, it was a Pong. In his rock form, he could control the wind element. In his giant Leviathan form, he could swallow everything. Almost in an instant, Ling Xiao's 8 sword lights actually disappeared. He was completely sucked in by the strange vortex. It was as if a giant Kuan was sucking in water. The scene was truly astonishing. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and said, although I've heard of the Kuan Pong martial soul's fame a long time ago, I've never seen it before. He also knew that the Kuan Pong had the ability to devour the qi of heaven and earth. However, I never knew what kind of feeling it was. Today, I finally understood. But if you want to refine my sword energy, be careful of indigestion. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Are you very disappointed? He had racked his brains to come up with a solution, but in the end, it was all for naught. That was why it was said that in the face of absolute strength, schemes and machinations were nothing. Now, it's time for you to die. After saying that, Tian Minglai's body disappeared again. In the next moment, it was already behind Ling Xiao, and its sharp claws attacked again. It was a terrifying and eerie feeling, as if a giant beast was sneaking up on him from behind. That feeling was as if he was in a gloomy and terrifying hell. He was bitten by a pitch-black giant mouth. Divine Ape Invincible Array. Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He controlled his divine sense and released the array. The golden light instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's body. The sharp claws were blocked by the divine light, unable to move an inch. His martial spirit array is somewhat special. It's definitely not an ordinary martial spirit array. Could it be that he has more than one beast god martial soul? Zhu Neng said with a frown. Rumor has it that he's a beast god martial soul. However, the level of the beast god position and the number of beast god martial souls are unknown. However, this move does have an extremely strong defensive power. Shahai explained. Tian Minglai, if you were much stronger than me, you might be able to break my martial spirit array. Unfortunately, your strength is on par with mine. Therefore, your attack will not be able to break my divine ape invincible array. Are you disappointed? Oh, it's not completely impossible. If you choose to self-destruct, with the energy stored in your body, you might be able to break this golden light. However, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself to kill me? Ling Xiao mocked. I can't hurt you, and you can't attack. Is this interesting? Tianming Lai frowned. Who said I can't attack? The defense of the divine ape invincible array is only one of its effects. Next, I'll let you open your eyes. Divine ape, come out. Following Ling Xiao's roar, a giant Vajra divine ape suddenly appeared in the array. It held a golden 1,000-pound staff in its hand and smashed it toward Tianming Lai. Tianming Lai was an expert, so his eyesight was not bad. Realizing the terror of the 1,000-pound staff, he immediately chose to dodge. His body instantly disappeared and flew around the divine ape invincible array. The Vajra divine ape's 1,000-pound staff chased after him, smashing the space and destroying the elements. It formed a ring of terrifying noise. However, it still could not catch up to Tianming Lai. Ling Xiao, your attack speed is really too slow. With this, you can't hurt me. Next, it's my turn to counterattack. Just hide in your turtle shell and don't come out. Let me see how many attacks your turtle shell can withstand. Tianming Lai's figure floated around. Because he was so fast, the world seemed to be filled with his afterimages. Wherever he went, a powerful storm would gather. Within the storm, the power of heavenly thunder was brewing. Suddenly, hundreds of giant lightning balls appeared in the sky. The crazy lightning balls rushed toward Ling Xiao along with the wind. They exploded on the divine ape invincible array. Although the Vajra divine ape was still attacking, it could not touch Tianming Lai. When the violent lightning balls landed on the divine ape invincible array, a large part of their energy was weakened. Finally, when they hit Ling Xiao, they could not cause any damage. Instead, they became energy for Ling Xiao to increase his strength. The two of them seemed to have entered a stalemate. Neither could do anything to the other. One had astonishing defense. The other had astonishing speed. Both were able to make themselves invincible. What an exciting battle. My decision to watch this time was correct. Zhuning laughed. However, if this is the case, it will be difficult to determine a victor. One is invincible, invulnerable. The other has astonishing speed. Hard to catch. Let's see who exhausts his divine yuan first. Not necessarily. Sun Sheng shook his head. Ling Xiao won't continue like this. That kid is very cunning. He won't just watch as the situation develops in a direction that is disadvantageous to him. He will definitely think of another way. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of trick he will use in the next battle. Sun Sheng had actually racked his brains to think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he could not think of anything. Thus, he could only see what Ling Xiao would do next. Chapter 5037. This time, I can't agree with you, eldest senior brother. Regardless of cultivation time, age, or even cultivation, Tianming Lai is superior to Ling Xiao. In terms of divine energy, he is definitely more powerful. In addition, his cultivation is 2 whole realms higher than Ling Xiao's. Even if he wants to use those schemes, they won't work. After all, a battle is a battle of strength. Schemes and tricks are just mediocre skills. Mediocre skills? Sun Sheng smiled and slapped Zhuning's head. Idiot, the premise of what you said is that Ling Xiao is only an ordinary 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Unfortunately, he's not. He's a monster. Your eldest senior brother is right. Ling Xiao is about to start his counterattack. Su Mingjin suddenly said, This guy might have set a trap for Tianming Lai from the beginning. What do you mean? Zhu Nengong asked. Suddenly, the Vajra ape threw the 1,000-pound rod. It was thrown in a direction where there was clearly no one. In the next instant, a scream came from the void. Tianming Lai appeared from that direction. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. What's going on? Zhu Nong was dumbfounded. This kid is amazing. Sun Sheng clicked his tongue. Eldest senior brother, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me how he did it. Tianming Lai is so fast. The sky is filled with afterimages. He shouldn't be able to determine his opponent's location. Even if he can determine it, he shouldn't be able to lock onto it. Zhu Nong was anxious. It's actually very simple. Sometimes, the advantage might be the disadvantage. Tian Dinglai swallowed Ling Zhao's sword energy, right? Do you think his sword energy is so easy to swallow? Powerful sword cultivators would attach their own consciousness to each of their sword qi. Tian Xinglia swallowed the sword qi. Although it would not cause him any harm, although it will not harm him, if Ling Zhao's soul power is strong enough, he can instantly sense his divine consciousness. Then, he can lock onto Tian Dinglia's location. That day, Tian Dinglai didn't think of this at all. Naturally, he fell for it. Sun Sheng explained, "That's impossible. Are you saying that Ling Xiao had thought of this from the very beginning?" Zhu Neng opened his mouth wide, unable to understand the thoughts of these monsters. It's possible, no, it's definitely possible. As long as he knew that the other party had the Kuan Peng martial spirit, for a knowledgeable person like him, he would be able to do anything. He naturally knew that the Kuan Peng martial soul had two forms. Ling Xiao had already predicted that Tian Xinlia would devour the sword light. Sun Sheng said, "No, it's not calculating. It's designing and manipulating, using one's own skills to make the situation develop in the direction one wants." This was even more terrifying than a simple scheme. Ling Xiao wasn't waiting for an opportunity. He was creating one for himself. Even if you don't have the slightest flaw, he will still make you reveal it. Su Mengzhen sighed. Tian Xinlia thinks that he is smart. However, he has been following the script that Ling Xiao has set for him. That's too terrifying. Even I feel a little apprehensive about that brat. Beast Soul Fusion. Tian Xinlia, who was injured, flew into a rage out of humiliation and finally chose to fuse with the beast soul. At that moment, his appearance changed greatly. His height also increased to about 5 meters. His attacking power increased greatly, his speed did not decrease, and his defensive power was even more shocking. "Master, this shouldn't be Ling Zhao's script, right?" Zhu Ning asked. "Who knows? I still can't tell what Ling Xiao is thinking. However, I feel that he wants Tian Xinlia to fuse with the beast soul." Tian Xinlia has obediently followed his command. Su Mengzhen said indifferently, "Hee, master, you must be joking." Zhu Neng smiled, feeling his heart twitching. He was extremely powerful. He could even kill Ling Xiao with one hand. However, he still felt a sense of fear toward Ling Xiao. Boom! After fusing with the beast soul, Tian Xinlia crazily attacked the invincible ape god array. The invincible ape god array, covered in golden light, suddenly trembled. Although it did not shatter, it could be felt that the light had dimmed a lot. "You're stronger than I imagined. However, it's not beyond my expectations." Ling Xiao sensed the information transmitted from the invincible ape god array. The array was intact, but it consumed a lot of spirit energy. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Given his total amount of divine energy and potential, he should be able to last for half an hour even if he were to launch such ferocious attacks. Half an hour. The battle should be over. "Do you really think that I don't have a way to restrain your speed?" Dragon God Ice Array. The array diagram that had stopped Tianzi's raging storm from attacking the Qin family was once again displayed. In an instant, the temperature of the battle space dropped rapidly. Even if Tian Xinlia was extremely powerful, his speed would decrease in the face of such a drop in temperature. "It's not over yet. Let's do something more interesting." Divine Ox Lightning Earthen Fire Array. After the Dragon God Ice Array, it was the Heavenly Lightning Earthen Fire that covered the sky. It covered the entire space. No matter how fast Tian Xinlia was, he would be frozen by the low temperature and blocked by the Heavenly Lightning Earthen Fire. His speed would also decrease. There was no doubt about it. Although activating 4 arrays at the same time would increase the consumption of spirit energy, Ling Xiao still had top-grade spirit stones to replenish it. He could afford it. Tian Xinlia's afterimages shattered one by one, finally revealing his true body. At this moment, Tian Xinlia seemed to be playing a game with many obstacles. However, the difficulty of this game was too high. It was practically hell. There was almost no space to dodge. After slowing down, he tried to increase his speed again. However, even the wind element was frozen. He could not increase his speed at all. "You rat, without speed, what threat can you pose? Let's see how you dodge my attacks." Ling Xiao sneered and attacked with all his strength. The Void God sword in his right hand released the Void God art's 8-word style. 8 sword lights pierced through the sky. The Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left hand transformed into the Blood Demon Emperor and attacked. The void-shattering power was activated at the same time. The power that transcended the void instantly arrived in front of Tian Xinlia. At the same time, Ling Xiao also used the Soul Secret technique, Black Lotus Treasure Light. 4 types of attacks were released at the same time just to block all of Tian Xinlia's escape routes, or to force out Tian Xinlia's trump card. Although the 4 types of attacks were released at the same time, the methods were completely different. The Void God art was a pure sword energy attack. It was incomparably sharp and could be used as a vanguard to break the enemy's spirit. The Blood Demon Emperor was a blood-red sword energy that was hard to see with the naked eye. It was impossible to guard against. The void-shattering power transcended the void. There was no distance limit. The moment the attack was released, it would arrive. It made it impossible for the opponent to dodge. Although the power was slightly weaker, it was only to prevent the opponent from escaping. As for the Black Lotus Treasure Light, it was a soul secret technique. It was an attack that targeted the soul. Qi. Transcending the void was the first to succeed. Without the advantage of speed, Tian Xinlia was instantly hit. His shoulder blade was instantly pierced. However, at this moment, Tian Xinlia had already reacted. The Kuanping soars for 90,000 miles, invincible. Kuanping kill. Chapter 5038. Tian Dinglai sensed danger, so he revealed his hidden trump card in advance. Kuanping kill. It didn't sound like a cool name, but it was extremely powerful. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged out of Tian Dinglia's body. The roar of a Kuanping could be heard, and the murderous aura shook the heavens and earth. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth combined with Tian Dinglia's divine energy. It formed a giant Kuanping. It pounced forward. The 8 sword lights of the Void God sword were completely blocked and even shattered. The Blood Demon Emperor was also shattered by the wind power of the Kuanping. Even the Black Lotus Treasured Light was affected, although it still caused some damage to Tian Dinglia's soul. But most of the damage was negated by the Kuanping kill. The most terrifying thing was that the attack didn't stop there. The Kuanping opened its huge mouth and swallowed Ling Xiao in one gulp. This was the Kuanping kill, one of Tian Dinglia's most terrifying trump cards. What a terrifying murderous aura. An ordinary peak 7th level divine physique echelon martial artist would have been torn apart. But it doesn't mean much to me. After all, my body has reached the level of a premium emperor artifact. It has produced 11 dragon patterns. Moreover, I have the invincible ape god formation, which makes me indestructible and invulnerable. This attack is fierce, but it can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Endless murderous aura bombarded the invincible ape god formation. The collision caused the invincible ape deity array to distort and deform. But even so, the formation was not destroyed. But it couldn't go on like this, so Ling Xiao took the risk. The Void God's sword stabbed out of the invincible ape god formation. The Taodai opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the Kuanping aura. The Kuanping had the ability to swallow, but the Taodai was even stronger. The Void God sword absorbed all the Kuanping aura. The Void God Taoya's combat power sword. It was equivalent to a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Bite him. The Void God sword in Ling Xiao's hand turned into a Void God Taodai and pounced on Tian Dinglai, who had just finished using his ultimate move. Tian Dinglai was in a weakened state and couldn't react at all. Coupled with the damage to his soul from before, it was even more serious. In the blink of an eye, the god-defying Taodai was right in front of Tian Minglai. It waved its huge claws and slapped down. Rumble. The entire space was torn apart by this claw. The tyrannical power completely enveloped Sky. Although I'm not as fast as you, I'm not slow either. Moreover, you can't compare to me in terms of the variety of methods. God-defying Taodai. Cripple him. Bang. The god-defying Taoya's claws slammed into Tian Minglai's body. Tian Dinglai was sent flying to the ground from over 1,000 meters in the air. At this moment, the battle on the ground was also ongoing. The strength of Qin Huang and the others had far exceeded the expectations of the martial artists in Heaven's Wall City. They had suffered many casualties. However, up until now, not a single one of them had been injured. This huge gap made them lose the confidence to fight. When they saw Tian Minglai falling from the sky, their eyes widened. Impossible, impossible. How could the city lord lose to a martial artist from the 9 realms of the 4 domains? This was absolutely impossible. Although the truth was right in front of their eyes, these guys still refused to believe it. But then again, how could the city lord of Heaven's Wall City be defeated so easily? Although the god-defying Tao Ye's combat power was very strong, it was still inferior to Ling Xiao. Although Tian Minglai was seriously injured, he was not dead. He swallowed a healing pill, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Because he had left the range of the dragon god's ice diagram, he was no longer affected. Idiot, do you think you can be faster than me after being injured? Holy ground demonic shadow, kill. Ling Xiao was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. Using the holy ground demonic shadow, he instantly caught up to Tian Minglai. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky. Every time Tian Minglai disappeared, Ling Xiao would pull him out of the void. At this moment, Ling Xiao's speed was actually faster than Tian Minglai's. Moreover, his movement technique was even more bizarre. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Tian Minglai was being chased in a very sorry state. Suddenly, he turned around and slapped out with his claw, hitting the tip of Ling Xiao's god-defying sword. The clash between the claw and the sword caused a terrifying explosion. After that, the two of them clashed over 100 times. The explosion was like the sound of firecrackers during the Spring Festival. The claws in Tian Minglai's hands were naturally monarch artifacts with tin dragon patterns. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's god-defying sword was in no way inferior to the iron claws. After over 100 clashes, although it seemed that they were evenly matched, Ling Xiao's body and soul were both stronger than Tian Minglai's. The result was that Tian Minglai's injuries became more serious, while Ling Xiao was fine. Tian Minglai knew that if this continued, things would not be good. He turned around and tried to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. You've been infected by my bloodthirsty plague for so long. Do you really think you'll be fine? Bloodthirsty plague, concentrate. Ling Xiao sneered. Tian Minglai, who was fleeing, suddenly exploded. Although each explosion covered a small area, after a series of explosions, there was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. This time, let's see how you'll block it. Blood Demon Emperor's 10,000 swords. The Crimson Blood Demon sword stabbed out. 10,000 rays of blood-red light enveloped the heavily injured Tian Minglai. Tian Minglai screamed miserably. The blood-red sword light turned him into a hornet's nest. Even his soul had been pierced. That scene was truly miserable. The screams in the sky clearly affected the battle on the ground. Seeing Tian Minglai die, many of Heaven's Wall City's martial artists lost their will to fight. Of course, a portion of Tian Minglai's diehard followers became even more furious. They clamored for revenge for Tian Minglai. Ling Xiao naturally had no sympathy for this group of people. Boss has already finished fighting. There's no need for us to be so calm. Although Boss wants to avoid casualties, these diehard followers of Tian Minglai are still a disaster. Let's hurry up and deal with them. After Xiao Jin finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a giant golden crow and dove into the crowd. Raging flames roiled. Only then did people realize that this fellow had not been using his full strength. Good idea. I'll go too. With a shake of his body, Long Qin transformed into a gigantic golden colossal dragon. The terrifying dragon's extinguish was unleashed as if it was free. Seeing this scene, even Tian Dinglia's diehard loyalists felt despair. Before Cold Plum and Yu Fanghua could do anything, the battle was basically over. These seeds are quite good. They'll definitely be key to eternal divine nations' fight against the ancient races in the future. Zhu Neng couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the battle was nearing its end. Yes, I wonder if they'll listen to us and go to eternal divine nation with us. Shahai said. They will. They're all ambitious kids. Of course they'll go. The 4 realms and 9 worlds are but a small stage for them. Su Mingjin put her palms together. Chapter 5039. With Tianming's death, the battle was basically over. The experts of Heaven's Wall City hadn't taken the cultivators of the 4 realms seriously. However, this battle caused them to become incomparably terrified. The ants in their eyes were now even stronger than them. Qin Huang, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to meet a few people. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and left. He stopped when he reached the place where he'd sensed the terrifying aura during the battle. Little Jean, Long Qin, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and Hai Myung-ko watched from afar. Ling Xiao was prepared for the worst. If these spies were enemies, then he had no choice but to fight. Come on out, everyone. We're all friends here, so there's no need to hide. Ling Xiao said coolly as he stood there. That kid's really something. He really did discover us. Zhu Nong was the first to reveal himself. Master didn't seem to be lying when he said he discovered us just now. Sha Hai showed himself as well. Sun Shang, who hadn't spoken, and Su Mingjin, who looked like an expert, followed closely behind. There was also a silver-white horse. The 4 people and 1 horse just stood there, quietly standing there. They didn't release any powerful aura. However, it gave people a very terrifying pressure. In the distance, Xiao Jin and the others were already in battle mode. This was their first reaction to danger. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. If the 4 of them really wanted to fight, they wouldn't be a match even if they worked together. Thankfully, they didn't seem to have any ill intentions. His judgment hadn't been wrong. I didn't think you'd still remember us after so long, benefactor. Tell your brothers and sisters not to be nervous. We're just here to pass on a message. We won't fight. Su Mingjin smiled faintly. Ling Xiao waved a hand in the distance, indicating for little Jean and the others to withdraw from combat mode. It wasn't that he trusted Su Mingjin, but that fighting was useless. They weren't a match for these 4 at all. Su Mingjin was from Eternal Divine Nation without a doubt. She was incredibly strong. None of his 3 disciples were weaklings. Ling Xiao knew very well that he could dominate the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, the Eternal Desert was still a very unfamiliar place to him. It was a place where experts gathered. The missing geniuses and experts of the 4 realms and 9 worlds had most likely gone to Eternal Divine Nation. Is the master a cultivator from Eternal Divine Nation? Ling Xiao asked. You're not nervous at all. Sun Shang said indifferently. What's the use of being nervous? If you all want to kill me, it's as easy as flipping your palms. Ling Xiao smiled. You're a smart one. That's right. We're all from Eternal Divine Nation. Speaking of which, the 4 regions and 9 worlds are just an oasis in the Eternal Desert. There were thousands of oases in the Eternal Desert. There were also countless martial artists. However, there is only one apex, and that is Eternal Divine Nation. Sun Shang replied on behalf of Su Mingjin, I won't hide it from you. Our mission is to search for seeds in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Seeds are the geniuses that we have our eyes on. There are many others who are searching for seeds in other oases like us. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly understood. In the past, there had been a few amazing geniuses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, they'd all mysteriously disappeared in the end. Very few of them had truly matured. This was probably the reason why the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were all old fellows. You're a smart man, so I'll cut to the chase. You, Little Gold, Long Qin, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum have been chosen as seeds. You can continue your studies in Eternal Divine Nation. You can also continue to improve your strength by learning more powerful martial Dao. Sun Shang continued, That's a good thing, but I'm afraid I can't go with you for now. The 4 regions and 9 worlds have just settled down, and there are still traces of devastation everywhere. There are even some who are still doing evil in the shadows. As the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, and the celestial emperor of Sky Tyrant Empire, I have to take care of these matters. Ling Xiao had decided to go to Eternal Divine Nation a long time ago, so he would certainly agree to this. However, he didn't want to go there so hastily. It's fine. We're only choosing seeds. If you agree, an envoy from Eternal Divine Nation will come to pick you up in a month's time. It's time for us to report back. Su Mengzhen smiled. A month's time? That's quite a rush. All right, that should be enough to take care of a lot of things. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, farewell. Remember, the Eternal Envoy will come to pick you up in a month's time. After Su Mengzhen finished speaking, she left with her disciple. She seemed to be walking very slowly, but disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. This was an extremely advanced method of shrinking the earth. Did you all hear that? What do you think? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fanghua and the others. What's there to think about? Didn't we say we were going to explore together? We have to go to Eternal Divine Nation. Little Gold smiled. That's right. I'm afraid we can't continue to improve here. Only by opening the path to Eternal Divine Nation will the laws of the 4 regions and 9 worlds slowly change. There will be more and more experts here. Long Chun agreed. The problem is, I've heard that Eternal Divine Nation isn't completely united. Which faction did those 4 people represent? Does that mean we don't have a choice? Yu Fanghua frowned. There's no need to think too much about that. Our first mission is to reach Eternal Divine Nation without a hitch. We'll think about the future once we're there. After all, we don't know much about that place. Even if we have a lot of ideas, it's meaningless. Ling Xiao smiled. Then it's decided. We'll set off together after we're done here. Qin Huang had taken control of the situation while they were discussing matters. Most of Sky Wulin's loyalists had been eliminated. The remaining people were willing to pledge their loyalty to House Qin. Qin Huang was elected as the new city lord. Your Majesty, the million cultivators of Heaven's Wall City are willing to follow your orders. Qin Huang had purposely called him that. He wanted the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City to know what status Ling Xiao held in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He also wanted the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City to understand his relationship with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to deal with them if they did something disrespectful. How about this? We can't lose Heaven's Wall City so easily. What I'm saying is that you can stay in the chaotic Sand Sea for now. There's a relatively small population here, so there's a large area suitable for living. Our ultimate goal is to take back Heaven's Wall City. It's the only path to Eternal Divine Nation from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We can't let it fall into the hands of others. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He had a lot of things to do in the next month. He had to make good use of it. Only after he had dealt with everything here properly could he leave with a peace of mind. Chapter 50-40. When Ling Xiao and the others returned to the chaotic Sand Sea, the experts from the 9 worlds of the 4 domains were already waiting for them. Relax, we've won. Just this one sentence from Ling Xiao was enough to make everyone feel as though a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. The people celebrated with childlike joy. The disaster was finally over. Quick, spread the good news and let the people of the 9 worlds of the 4 domains cheer with us. The Flame Emperor shouted excitedly. That's right. Send more people to spread the news as soon as possible to calm the people down and prevent those with evil intentions from secretly causing trouble. Ling Xiao nodded. There were tens of thousands of messengers who sent the news to different places through the teleportation formation. In just one day, the news had spread throughout the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. Other than a few corners, most of the regions had already heard the news. The people who were waiting outside the door were so excited when they heard the news. The undead disaster was over. The invasion of the Heaven's Wall City had also ended. It was like a dream. And the one who brought peace to the 9 worlds of the 4 domains was their invincible Sky Emperor, Ling Xiao, as well as the experts around the Sky Emperor. Ling Xiao temporarily settled the warriors of the Heaven's Wall City in the chaotic Sand Sea. They had not fully gained Ling Xiao's trust. Qin Huang had to supervise them. Then, Ling Xiao chose to return to the Golden Sky region. That was where he had truly risen. It was also a place that was like home. It was also the capital of the Sky Tyrant Empire in the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. There were many things to be done. The funeral of Supreme Emperor White Knight and the heroic spirits who had sacrificed themselves in the war to protect the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. Ling Xiao built a monument for them so that their deeds could be spread far and wide. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Golden City, countless people were waiting outside the city. There were even some unfamiliar faces that they had never seen before. They were all here to pay respects to the Sky Emperor, to pay respects to the heroes of the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. When Ling Xiao's figure appeared in their line of sight, hundreds of millions of people roared. Many people were moved to tears. Not only did the 4 regions and 9 realms overcome the calamity in this war, but they were also united like never before. He believed that as long as the Empire of Batian existed, there would not be any major disasters in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua, Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Xiao Jin walked together. They were like brilliant stars. Not only were they best friends, but they were also comrades in arms. Furthermore, he was the greatest contributor to this war. Ling Xiao was the most dazzling star among them. Regardless of whether it was strength, courage, or strategy, everyone was incomparably impressed. When a hero returned, the first thing he did was to build an immortal monument. The first name engraved on it was White Knight. Although Supreme Venerable White Knight was dead, his name would definitely be passed down in the world forever. In addition, there were many nameless heroes. Although they weren't as strong as Ling Xiao, they were still able to fight against the undead calamity with their own strength. This immortal monument was the best way to commemorate them. Ling Xiao personally supervised the construction of the monument. Layers of arrays were set up on it. Regardless of wind, rain, or lightning, it wouldn't be destroyed. Even experts like the Heaven's Wall City Master couldn't destroy it. It took a total of 3 days from the construction of the monument to the end of the memorial. Everything in the 4 regions and 9 realms was gradually on the right track. The Empire of Batian officially took over this place. All kinds of management systems started to operate. There were many outstanding talents in the Empire of Batian. Although their strength wasn't great, they were already familiar with this kind of thing. Under the command of Hai Myung-keo, everything was in order. Although the forces in the 4 regions and 9 realms were preserved, the Golden Sky region had become the pinnacle of the 4 regions and 9 realms. The Golden City had become the ultimate dream place of the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Here, one would have the best resources, the best mentors, and the best future. Before I leave, hold the first martial arts conference in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ling Xiao said to Hai Myung-keo, who was beside him. This was the best publicity for the Empire of Batian. It was also the best way to gather the geniuses in the Empire of Batian. Except for those who wanted to live in seclusion. There would be many powerful people. Let's divide it into 3 age groups. Below 50, 50 to 100, and above 100. As long as one can get into the top 100 in each group, one can enter the Golden City to cultivate. There are also special rewards. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. The first place will be rewarded with a 9-dragon inscription emperor weapon, a saint-class cultivation technique, and an elixir that can help them break through their current cultivation. In addition, they can receive my personal guidance once. This is my reward for them. As for the rest, you can decide. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, with such generous rewards, I'm afraid there will be an endless stream of people coming. Hai Myung-keo smiled. The more the merrier. I'll be leaving soon. I have to leave some people who can hold the fort. Ling Xiao added, I don't care about the rules of the martial arts conference. Also, I'll only be there on the day of the finals. I'll have to trouble you. Sigh, ever since I followed you, haven't I been working so hard? I'm used to it. Hai Myung-keo sighed and acted like she had been wronged. This empress was dignified and solemn in front of everyone. She was the ruler who was second only to one person and above everyone else. She would probably only act like a little girl in front of Ling Xiao. Where are you going? Hai Myung-keo asked. I'm going to bring Fenghua to travel and get married. I'm going back to Yuhua Town to take a look. The current Yuhua Town should be completely different from the past. I'm going to visit my family and revisit the old places. After the smoke cleared, it was time for Ling Xiao to complete his marriage with Yu Fenghua. He wasn't interested in a grand wedding. Yu Fenghua wasn't interested either. They preferred to travel and get married. They wanted to become a true immortal couple on a relaxing journey. Hai Myung-keo was a little absent-minded, but she returned to normal after a while. Remember, you must come back for the finals of the martial arts conference. Don't disappoint people. Don't worry, I will. Ling Xiao nodded and left quietly. He didn't tell anyone except for Hai Myung-ko. After all, traveling and getting married were two people's worlds. They traveled around and soon began to explore the source of Ling Xiao's dream in this lifetime. Yuhua Town. Ling Xiao had opened the passage from the Western region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The laws of the Western region had changed. Yuhua Town was also in the Western region and had changed a lot. The town was 10 times bigger than before. It felt like there were more and more experts in the town, although these experts weren't worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, compared to when Ling Xiao entered the cycle of reincarnation, he was much stronger. Good little brother. I knew that you would come back. That's too much. You didn't even bring me along. The figure dashed out of the dense forest. It was none other than Ling Jiaojiao. Chapter 50-41. I knew you'd follow me. Ling Xiao shook his head. Actually, he knew that Ling Jiaojiao was following him along the way. However, this sister knew to avoid him and didn't affect his intimacy with Yu Fanghua. Hee, of course. I've left for a few years and haven't come back to visit even once. I really don't know how my family is doing. Although Ling Jiaojiao was smiling, she couldn't help but tear up. Ling Jiaojiao's feelings for the Ling family were deeper than Ling Xiao's. Because of Ling Xiao, the Ling family of Yuhua Town naturally received special care. Yuhua Town was also the first entrance from the White Tiger continent to the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao's influence on this place was extremely great. As soon as he entered the town, he could see a statue erected in the town. This statue had been erected a long time ago. It was specially erected for Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao only ruled a small country. Compared to those countries in the West region, it was only a small country. The statue had obviously been modified and became bigger and more dazzling than before. The first place that all the martial artists who came to Yuhua Town went to was near this statue, to pay homage to the hero of the past. Ling Xiao looked at the statue and smiled. After asking for the location of the Ling family, he went over. The current Ling family was definitely the most powerful family in Yuhua Town. The location of the mansion was also known by everyone. Walking outside the Ling family mansion, Ling Xiao realized that it was very lively inside. There were no guards at the door. Hence, he walked in. He saw many people in the Ling family's new martial arts practice field. A martial arts competition was being held here. The participants were all young martial artists below the age of 20. The upper echelons of the Ling family sat there and smiled as they watched the young martial artists on the stage. Looks like the Ling family is developing well. They even started to recruit disciples with different surnames. This is very good. Only in this way can the family's competitiveness continuously increase. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't intend to disturb this martial arts competition. He was about to turn and leave. He didn't come here to do anything. He just wanted to see if his family was well. People always had some concerns, right? Ling Xiao, is that you? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. He looked at that person. It was a girl, dressed in martial arts clothes, looking fresh and refined. Lin Ruoxian. Ling Xiao recognized this person at a glance. When he first left Ascension Town for the 8 Immortals County, the first person he met was Lin Ruoxian. If it weren't for Lin Ruoxian, he would have had to go through a lot of hardships. It really is Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian cried tears of joy. She treated Ling Xiao as her own younger brother. After Ling Xiao left, there had been no news of him. How could she not be happy to see him today? Her voice was a little louder, attracting the attention of the people around her. The upper echelons of the Ling family were also stunned. The martial arts competition was forced to stop at this moment. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. He didn't want to disturb others. He planned to visit his father's grave and then leave quietly. He wanted to walk the path of the past. The name Ling Xiao was a legend. The children of Ascension Town grew up listening to his story. They could see the statue shining in the middle of the town every day. It was unbelievable that they could see the real person today. Who are you, kid? How dare you impersonate Emperor Ling Xiao? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was a young man on the fighting stage. He was about 17 or 18 years old. This kid probably admired Ling Xiao so much that he thought the person in front of him was an impersonator. Ling Chongxiao, shut up. Ling Wansui glared at the kid and shouted, Ling Chongxiao? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This kid's name must have been named after him. Great-grandfather, there have been a lot of people impersonating Emperor Ling Xiao recently. We can't let these people tarnish Emperor Ling Xiao's reputation. Ling Chongxiao was still stubborn. However, his words made Ling Wansui hesitate. Some time ago, there was a guy who pretended to be Ling Xiao and swindled people in Ascension Town. He even defiled a few virgins. The culprit was still not caught. That's why it's not necessarily a good thing for a person to be too famous. There would always be people impersonating him. Grandfather, he is the real Ling Xiao. Ling Jiaojiao smiled bitterly. There is really someone who dares to impersonate him in this world. He is courting death. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but closed his eyes. He scanned with his divine sense, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Almost instantly, Ling Xiao's figure appeared again. He was carrying a person in his hand. It was as if he was carrying a chick. This kind of godlike method really scared everyone silly. Are you talking about this person? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's him. It's him. This is the guy impersonating Emperor Ling Xiao. Ling Chongxiao said loudly. Brat, are you courting death? I am Ling Xiao. How dare you treat me like this? Believe it or not, my men will kill all of you. The impersonator in Ling Xiao's hand seemed to know some disguising techniques. His face really did look like Ling Xiao's. Besides, he wasn't weak either. He was a first divine core warrior. Although this cultivation level was just trash in Ling Xiao's eyes. But in Ascension Town, he wasn't weak at all. Ling Wansui was only a third divine core warrior. He was the strongest warrior in Ascension Town. First, domain name, please remember _3, Lin Ruoxian didn't count. She was from the 8 Immortals County, and she was a 6th divine core warrior. Ever since the Western region's laws were the same as the other 4 regions and 9 worlds, the cultivation of warriors here had skyrocketed. The reason why they were suppressed before was because of the laws. But now, without the laws, their cultivation speed was much faster than those in the other 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even so, with a weak foundation, it would take a long time for them to catch up to the average level of the other 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao activated his demonic eye. Looking at the impersonator, he said coldly, "Answer my questions." The impersonator's expression had become sluggish. "Why are you impersonating Ling Xiao?" "Because you're using Emperor Ling Xiao's name to trick people." "How many girls have you tricked?" "I can't remember, but a few hundred, I guess." "Damn it." Ling Xiao didn't want to ask any more questions. He exerted force in his hand and circulated his terrifying divine yuan. The impersonator was instantly reduced to dust. It looked like he had to give an order now. He was about to head to the eternal divine nation, so he couldn't appear in a place like this. Therefore, whoever claimed to be him must be an impersonator. He caught the impersonator and imprisoned him. You're really Emperor Ling Xiao." Seeing Ling Xiao's demonic methods, Ling Chongxiao couldn't even speak properly. "I can't be wrong." Lin Ruoxian nodded and said, "I'm very familiar with his aura." After all, they had fought together before. She was even more familiar with Ling Xiao than his family. "I'm sorry for the shock. Let's continue with the martial competition. I'll leave after chatting with my family." Ling Xiao smiled and said. Chapter 5042. In the house, Ling Xiao recounted his experiences over the years. Everyone was shocked, but no one doubted it. Although the story was bizarre and unbelievable, they still believed it. After all, they could see some clues from what happened in the 8 Immortals County. Ling Xiao was a person who had created a legend. Amazing, amazing. That boy who loved to get into trouble back then had now become a hero who saved the common people from calamity. As expected of our Ling clan's child. Ling Wansui was filled with emotions. Back then, he felt that Ling Xiao was promising, but he didn't expect him to grow to this extent. After chatting for a while, Ling Xiao accompanied his family for a meal. This meal was made with the ingredients that Ling Xiao brought from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It contained an extremely rich amount of spirit qi, and to martial artists, it had an extremely mysterious and boundless effect. It was just a meal, but the cultivation of the Ling clan members, including Lin Ruoxian, had increased by a lot. Although their aptitudes were different and the degree of improvement was different, their cultivation had increased. Moreover, it wouldn't have any negative effects on their future cultivation. Lin Ruoxian had reached the core fragmentation realm in one go. He would probably be considered a top expert in the entire West region. Originally, there were some people who didn't know much about the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, after this meal, they realized how rich the 4 regions and 9 worlds were. However, there was no need for the entire family to move. As the laws gradually changed, the cultivation environment in the West region would also reach the standards of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They could still become stronger if they stayed here. Before leaving, Ling Xiao brought everyone to burn incense in front of his father's grave in this life and return a wish. He had avenged his father by killing the eternal emperor. He had even done more than his father had hoped. Not only did he control the eternal emperor region, but he also controlled the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. After that, he called Ling Wansui over and personally placed the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword in the old man's hands. He also placed 6 powerful ghouls in the house to listen to Ling Wansui's commands. This was what he had obtained by reviving the corpses. Each ghoul had the strength of an ordinary peak 7th level divine physique echelon cultivator. It could be said that he was temporarily invincible in the 4 regions and 9 realms. His main concern was that once the laws were changed, the experts of the 9 realms of the 4 regions would be able to enter and leave the western regions at will without any reduction in strength. The Ling family would also be plotted against because of this. After all, not everyone in the tyrannical Sky Empire worshipped him. There must be enemies. This was unavoidable. However, with 6 powerful corpse ghosts, there was nothing to worry about. Other than that, he had also left the Lotus Sutra, the Black Lotus Treasured Light, the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, and many other cultivation methods that he had obtained in the past to the Ling clan. In the end, these people were truly related to him by blood. He was also not a selfless person. He also had his own selfish motives. At the very least, he had to ensure the safety of his family. Only when the Ling family became strong would they not be bullied by others. Unlike the Ling family in the Sky Dragon continent, the Ling family here was his true family after reincarnating. Therefore, he must be given special treatment. After leaving everything behind, Ling Xiao left with Yu Fenghua and Lin Ruoxian. Ling Jiaojiao wanted to continue staying in Yuhua town for a while, so she did not follow. He walked around the 8 Immortals County with Lin Ruoxian and met his former friends and benefactors. Everyone that he was willing to meet received benefits. Some were elixirs that could change one's body and transform one's bloodline. Some were complete sets of cultivation methods and martial arts. Some were weapons and dharma treasures. Depending on the depth of the relationship, the things received were also different. This was Ling Zhao's way of doing things. Naturally, he would treat those who were good to him well. After ending the trip to the 8 Immortals County, Ling Xiao bade farewell to Lin Ruoxian. "Will you come back?" Lin Ruoxian's eyes were full of tears. "Yes, I definitely will." Ling Xiao smiled and left with Yu Fenghua. The next stop was the former Qin Nation, which was now Ling Nation. The current ruler of Ling Nation was still Chen Kangming, the former 7th prince of Chen Nation. However, his relationship with Ling Xiao was very good, and they overthrew the decadent regime of Chen Nation together. In addition, his former mentor and helpful friend were also assisting Chen Kangming. He did not want to attract too much attention. Ling Xiao did the same as in the 8 Immortals County, only meeting people he was familiar with. Both of them received benefits. Then, he left quietly. "Brother Ling, I'm afraid I will never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime, but I will work hard." After Ling Xiao left, Chen Kangming announced his abdication, passing the throne to the most trustworthy person. Then, he stepped on the road to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the past, he could not have such a breakthrough in a short time if he cultivated alone. Now, not only did he change his body, but his cultivation also increased greatly, and he already had the ability to go to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Although Ling Nation was still called a nation, It was actually just an organization under the jurisdiction of the Empire of Tyrants. There was nothing to be sentimental about. As expected, martial artists had to accept challenges. At this time, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the former land of the Nine Supremes. It was also the former core of the Western region. Ling Xiao had opened the road to the immemorial divine tomb from here, and then arrived at the four regions and 9 worlds. In these years, many people from the Western region had already gone to the 4 regions and 9 worlds through this road. Among them were Hai Myung-Ko, Bai Fong, Yin-Yu, Xiangman, Ba Dao, Chang Qingqing, and others who were very close to Ling Xiao. Of course, there were also people who did not choose to leave. For example, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi, Jin Luoying, and others. Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi was the first friend Ling Xiao made in the land of the 9 Supremes, and she was also an interesting little sister. Even though this little sister had already grown into a young lady, she was still as lively and cute as before. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi's father. He had once helped him unify the Western region. Ling Xiao held a banquet in the imperial court of the 9 Supremes, drinking with his former comrades who had fought with him in the past. It was also a banquet. After that, all the participants received great benefits. Ling Xiao was almost worshipped as a god. The one who improved the most was Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi. This little girl's talent was originally high, and now she was qualified to go to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The little girl said that she wanted to walk the path that Ling Xiao had walked once again. Jin Luoying was Ling Xiao's senior sister, the daughter of Sword 18, and their relationship was also very good. She had once loved Ling Xiao. However, after such a long time, Jin Luoying's love for Ling Xiao had now turned into worship. Junior brother, in terms of tenacity, I will not lose to you. I hope that we will meet again one day. Her talent was not inferior to Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi's, and she was more hardworking. With Ling Xiao's help, she would soon be able to make a name for herself in the Empire of Tyrants. It was a pity that she would not be able to make it to the martial arts conference this time. She could only wait for the next time. Chapter 50-43. The Meng village was also the first outpost for the Western region martial artists to enter the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They had contributed greatly to the Empire of Tyrant Heaven's rule over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Something seems to have happened. While he was still in the air, Ling Xiao saw that the Meng village was in a mess. They were being attacked by thousands of men in black. To the Meng village, these men in black were all extremely powerful. It was because their cultivation base had reached the terrifying core-shattering realm. Even if the Meng village's strength had increased, the strongest person in the village was only the village master, who was also a core-shattering realm expert. There was no way to fight them. If it wasn't for the protection of the formation Ling Xiao had set up, the Meng village would have been breached long ago. Who are you people? Why are you attacking the Meng village? Don't you know our relationship with the Heavenly Emperor? The Meng village master, Meng Fian, shouted. Meng Fian's father had retired to the front line, and Meng Fian, whose strength had reached the core-shattering realm, had taken over the village. This girl had made an agreement with Ling Xiao, saying that they would meet at the Purple Spirit Kingdom. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's speed of improvement was too fast. When Meng Fian could go to the Purple Spirit Kingdom, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the City of Gold. This forced Meng Fian to accept reality and accept the position of village master. This way, she could help Ling Xiao. The people in the village were not only from the Meng village. There were also many genius martial artists from the 9 Supremes nations in the West region. After they had adapted here for a while, they would embark on the journey to the Purple Spirit Kingdom. They did not expect to be besieged. Ha ha ha, if you had no relationship with Ling Xiao, we wouldn't have targeted you. The leader laughed wildly and said, Do you know who we are? We are the famous Lotus Cult. We worship the lotus flower and oppose Ling Xiao. And I am one of the 13 top experts of the Lotus Cult, the White Lotus Demon King. Although we are still no match for Ling Xiao, we will soon turn the Empire of Tyrant Heaven upside down. I advise you to surrender and join the Lotus Cult. This is your only way out. Or else, you won't live to see the sun tomorrow. A bunch of rats dare to claim that they can fight against His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor? Wait until you have the ability to open the formation set up by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. If you can't even do this, then stop bragging. Aren't you ashamed? Meng Fian really didn't expect that there would be a lunatic who worshipped the lotus flower in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Fortunately, he had this array formation. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Sigh, it's all my fault for being too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be so cowardly. Meng Fian sighed. If the other party continued to attack like this, the array formation would not be able to hold on for long. Tyrannical heaven will be destroyed. Lotus rebirth. Those men in black from Lotus cult were shouting and yelling as they attacked the Meng village fiercely. It was as if he had gone mad. At this moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Meng Fian stared blankly at that person. A comrade who had once fought together. Ling Xiao. She was all too familiar with it. Ever since they parted ways in Meng village, the 2 of them had never met again. However, Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on her. It was impossible for her to forget. Who are you? How dare you obstruct our Lotus cult? Are you tired of living? The White Lotus Demon King roared at Ling Xiao. What if I insist on obstructing you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Kill him, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs. As Ling Xiao had concealed his aura, the pitiful White Lotus Demon King did not realize how terrifying the person in front of him was. He actually ordered his subordinates to attack. In an instant, thousands of people pounced at Ling Xiao. Moreover, they were all core fragmentation realm experts. Meng Fian was anxious and shouted loudly, "Be careful, Your Majesty!" She was so concerned that she had completely forgotten how strong Ling Xiao was. However, before she could finish her words, those thousands of martial artists evaporated on the spot. Ling Xiao did not do anything. Thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists were completely annihilated. Not even a corpse was left. Only the White Lotus Demon King was left. He was trembling with fear. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Please spare my life. We were just playing around. The arrogant and crazy White Lotus Demon King was now like a pitiful little bug in front of Ling Xiao. He did not even have the courage to resist. Playing around? If the Meng village did not have the protection of the formation, I'm afraid blood would have flowed like a river. You're telling me that you're playing around? Tell me, where is the headquarters of the Lotus cult? Who is the cult leader? Ling Xiao planned to solve this problem before he left. While asking, Ling Xiao had already opened his heavenly demon eye. The White Lotus Demon King did not have a chance to resist at all. He told Ling Xiao everything. There were quite a lot of lunatics in this world. Listening to the White Lotus Demon King, the number of people in the Lotus cult had exceeded hundreds of millions. They worshipped the lotus flower. They believed that humans had done all kinds of evil and that they had to be wiped out. Other than the White Lotus Demon King who led people to attack the Meng village and cut off the connection between the Western region and the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The rest of the people from the Lotus cult had already gone to the City of Gold, ready to cause a ruckus at the martial arts conference. Your Majesty, aren't you going back quickly? Ling Xiao killed the White Lotus Demon King but did not leave. Instead, he entered the village. This puzzled Meng Fian, and she asked anxiously, the Empire of Tyrants is not just an expert. A trash organization like the Lotus cult wants to stir up trouble. It's a pity that they are not qualified. Just as Ling Xiao said this, nearly hundreds of millions of disciples of the Lotus cult in the City of Gold had been captured. It was a laughable rebellion. Soon, they were suppressed by Hai Myung-ko. In terms of cultivation talent, Hai Myung-ko might not be as good as Ling Xiao. However, in terms of controlling the situation, she was stronger than Ling Xiao. With the help of the 9 giant dragons, it was too easy. After staying in the Meng village for a while, Ling Xiao helped Meng Fian improve her strength. Then, he left again. This time, he returned to the City of Gold directly. Because when the rebellion ended, the martial arts conference had reached the finals. It was time for Ling Xiao to fulfill his promise. When he arrived at the City of Gold, the finals were in progress. There were 3 groups in the finals, 3 different age groups. Ling Xiao actually knew some of the people who participated in the finals. The final result of the finals was something that Ling Xiao did not expect. The three people were all old acquaintances. The champion of the over 100 years old category was the leader of the Beast Deity Alliance. It could not be helped. Because of the generous rewards, even these people were shameless enough to participate. The champion of the 50 to 100 years old category was Zi Qinya, the former monarch of the small purple spirit kingdom. Ling Xiao even called her sister. The champion of the 50 and under category was Yang Shuyi. This girl was once engaged to Ling Xiao. In addition to the three champions, there were also many familiar faces of Ling Xiao in the top 100 of each category. Among them were the immortal bird Bai Feng, Yin Yu, and other people who came from the West region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They also proved that the talents of the West region warriors were not inferior to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Chapter 50-44. After the awards ceremony, Ling Xiao hosted a banquet in the City of Gold to entertain all of his former friends. He also chatted with the Bai Feng and the others in private, reliving his life and death experiences. Finally, he told everyone that he was preparing to head to Eternal Divine Nation. Nearly half of the month had passed. Ling Xiao did what he had to do. In the next half a month, he wanted to take back Heaven's Wall City. After the banquet, Ling Xiao headed for the chaotic Sand Sea. He was accompanied by a few people that Su Mengzhen had designated as seeds. If they could take control of Heaven's Wall City, they would be able to head to Eternal Divine Nation on their own. Ling Xiao had never trusted strangers, and it was even more impossible for him to entrust his future to strangers. He joined forces with Qin Huang in the chaotic Sand Sea, then led the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City back. It was 4 days later when they arrived near Heaven's Wall City. From afar, a terrifying dark cloud gathered in the sky above the city. Great power brewed within it, as if it were the power of the gods. It was full of majesty and arrogance. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning shot towards Ling Xiao. It transformed into a spear of lightning. Its power was likely on par with Sky Darklies. The lightning spear shot out from the thundercloud, accompanied by a voice. It resounded between heaven and earth. Audacious mortals, how dare you try to encroach on the territory of the gods? Scram back to your desolate land. Only then will you be able to preserve your lowly lives. Otherwise, the gods' army will arrive soon and wipe you all out. The cultivators of Heaven's Wall City trembled at the terrifying sight and terrifying voice. They didn't even dare raise their heads. They knelt on the ground, terrified beyond belief. They lived in Heaven's Wall City for a long time and had feared Eternal Divine Nation for a long time. It was a fear they couldn't resist. The only thing they could do was kneel when they felt the terrifying power. Oomph! Ling Xiao snorted and punched out with the Ox Demon Fist. The lightning bolt was only able to block it for a moment before shattering. Most frightening of all, the Void God sword in Ling Xiao's right hand shot out 9 beams of sword light. It flew towards the sky and actually tore apart the thunderclouds above Heaven's Wall City. It was as if a huge hole had been torn open in the sky. Whoosh! The thunderclouds were torn apart and suddenly exploded. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and flames. All of them landed on the army of Heaven's Wall City. It was as if he wanted to wipe out the entire army. It seemed that these deities really had bad tempers. They wanted to kill people at every turn. They didn't care about the lives of the people in the 4 regions, 9 worlds, and Heaven's Wall City at all. In your dreams, Ling Xiao rose into the sky. He released the invincible ape god formation. Then, he unleashed the universe of Tyrant. Batian, smelt. Most of the lightning and meteors fell into the Tyrant universe. It was as if a furnace had appeared between heaven and earth. He continued to refine and condense these energies. Only a small part of the attack managed to escape universe of Tyrant, but it was destroyed by Xiao Jin and the others. Within the universe of Tyrant, 2 utmost treasures with 11 dragon patterns were formed. In other words, it was a high-quality Emperor artifact. One was the lightning spear. The other was the flaming meteor. This lightning spear is of the lightning attribute. It'll be even more effective when paired with Cold Plum's Ancient of War. Here. Ling Xiao gave the lightning spear to Cold Plum. Cold Plum didn't refuse. She knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't change his mind once he'd made up his mind. Rather than refuse, it was better to accept Ling Zhao's kindness. The flaming meteor suits Xiao Jin best. Here. Although Ling Xiao also wanted a premium-grade monarch armament, this thing needed a suitable person to use in order to bring out its true effect. Moreover, he had the Void God Sword and Crimson Blood. At the very least, he didn't need other offensive treasures for now. Thank you, boss. What do we do next? It looks like Eternal Divine Nation won't give up Heaven's Wall City. Even if we take it now, the army will arrive immediately. This is Eternal Divine Nation's army. Can we really stop them? It wasn't that Xiao Jin wasn't confident, but that Eternal Divine Nation was too mysterious. How could the gap between a god and a human be small? Let's go to Heaven's Wall City and make preparations first. It looks like Eternal Divine Nation didn't leave any guards in the city. They only set up a powerful formation. I broke it just now, so there shouldn't be any danger. Ling Xiao scanned Heaven's Wall City with his Taiji eye, then led the army inside. Qin Hu, Qin Huang, and the others were more familiar with the city. Ling Xiao ordered them to patrol the city and deal with any danger they found. If they couldn't, they were to report back. He and the Yuan Venerate began to set up the formation. The formation just now was quite powerful, but unfortunately, it wasn't set up well enough. Ling Xiao and the Yuan Venerate worked together to modify and reinforce it. This way, Heaven's Wall City wouldn't be taken so easily. About an hour later, everything was back in place. Although the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City were still very worried, they regained some confidence after seeing Ling Zhao's performance. Qin Hu and Qin Huang went to find Ling Xiao. Your Majesty, we need to tell you some things about Eternal Divine Nation. Ling Xiao knew almost nothing about Eternal Divine Nation. This information was obviously more important. According to Qin Hu, the cultivators who'd attacked Heaven's Wall City were indeed from Eternal Divine Nation, but they weren't true experts. Eternal Divine Nation wasn't a monolithic entity. The 12 sacred cities often attacked each other. They also had to deal with attacks from powerful races. The ancient races, for example. As a result, a large number of experts were deployed to deal with all kinds of trouble. Those who'd attacked Heaven's Wall City were actually the weakest cultivators in Eternal Divine Nation. They couldn't even be considered cultivators, because they were a mob. The mob was made up of slaves, criminals, vagrants, and those who couldn't make a living. These people had the lowest status in Eternal Divine Nation, but they were the most numerous. They were cannon fodder in a war, perfect for suppressing Heaven's Wall City. Although they were a mob, Eternal Divine Nation cultivators were still Eternal Divine Nation cultivators. Even the weakest cultivator was at first-level Divine Body Realm. How many people are there in this mob? Ling Zhao's expression was grim. I don't know the exact number, but about 1 million came to attack Heaven's Wall City. They probably looked down on us, Qin Hu added. By the way, Eternal Divine Nation's territory is as large as 100 of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Can you imagine how many people there are? How many people are there in this mob? No matter where you go, those with low status will always be at the bottom of the heap. 100 of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao almost choked to death. Qin Hu's words might not be true, but Eternal Divine Nation was certainly large enough to be a problem. It was definitely much larger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Chapter 50-45. It looked like it would be a fierce battle. Fortunately, Eternal Divine Nation didn't think much of Heaven's Wall City. They'd only sent a mob. Otherwise, they'd be in real trouble. Ling Xiao was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the distant sky. A dangerous aura was approaching. Winds and clouds were stirring in the distance. Countless enormous vortexes appeared in that direction. The aura of cultivators emanated from the vortexes. Oh no, Eternal Divine Nation's attack is here. Everyone, get ready for battle. There's no way out now. Since we're back here, the so-called gods of Eternal Divine Nation won't let us leave alive. Either we win this time, or we die in battle. There's no need to worry. It's just a mob. Eternal Divine Nation's major factions haven't noticed our ant nest yet. Ling Xiao declared loudly, remember, I didn't bring you here to die. I brought you here to reclaim the glory that belongs to us. Boom, boom. One after another, Eternal Divine Nation's motley crew walked out of the enormous vortexes. Although they were a mob, they were called trash in Eternal Divine Nation. However, when this motley crew faced the powerhouses of the Heaven's Wall City, they showed disdain. They'd been humiliated in Eternal Divine Nation. They didn't dare resist. They could only vent their frustrations on those weaker than them. They were trash, cannon fodder, and useless trash. But they were still cultivators of Eternal Divine Nation. Even in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they were at the top. Ling Xiao's expression turned extremely grave. This battle might be even more dangerous than the undead calamity. Fortunately, Eternal Divine Nation wasn't interested in playing tricks with the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, they only needed to win. What an arrogant mortal. Lowly existences. How dare you take back Heaven's Wall City? It seems there's no need for trash like you to exist. Listen up, Eternal Divine Nation's motley crew. This is the time to change your fate. If you make military contributions, you might be able to change your life. Kill. Leave no one alive. Destroy Heaven's Wall City. The voice came from an unknown place. It was loud and clear, and the meaning was clear. Last time, he had only chased away the martialists from Heaven's Wall City. This time, he had issued a purge order. This motley crew was already crazy. Now that they had a reasonable motive, all of them were shouting excitedly like ferocious beasts. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and looked into the distance. He really wanted to know how many people had come this time. What was his overall strength like? What he saw made his heart clench. The motley crew was 3 times more numerous than before. Previously, it was only 1 million, but now it was 3 million. The weakest among them was an early-stage First Heaven Divine Physique Echelon martial artist, while the strongest had reached the peak of the 6th Heaven Divine Physique Echelon. He didn't see anyone at the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, but there were simply too many of them. One had to know that the Heaven's Wall City only had less than 1 million people. 3 million Divine Physique Echelon experts. What kind of concept was that? Ling Xiao couldn't imagine what kind of place Eternal Divine Nation was. How could it be so terrifying? We have to win. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He couldn't lose. If he did, he would lose his life. Beast soul of the abyss marrow destroying hound. Open the gates of hell. Ling Xiao rarely used this move. The helpers summoned by the gates of hell were random, and he couldn't control them reliably. It was only useful when he was at a great disadvantage. And now was the time. The creatures summoned by the gates of hell were used as cannon fodder. They were still too weak compared to Eternal Divine Nation's experts. However, they could serve as powerful cannon fodder for Heaven's Wall City's experts. They had their uses as well. The motley crew had already begun their attack. Ling Xiao opened the gates of hell. Large numbers of undead and demonic creatures walked out and flew out, charging outside the city. They collided with the motley crew. They were the weakest of the lot. Almost in an instant, many of them were killed. However, it did stop the motley crew's destructive attack on Heaven's Wall City. At the same time, the city's formations came to life. Lightning and fire meteors rained down on the enemy. The cannon fodder was obviously more useful now. I'll throw caution to the wind this time. Sun Divine Blood Formation. Divine Ape Invincible Formation. Divine Dragon Frost Formation. Ocean Divine Yellow Formation. Divine Ox Lightning Earthen Fire Formation. Ling Xiao activated 5 formations in one go, and his divine essence consumption increased 5-fold. There was no other way. He had to do this. The enemy was too strong, and he had to be more useful. Ghoul Summoning. This move could be used once a day. Each time, he could summon 6 ghouls, and no more than 18. However, if the ghoul was killed, he could immediately summon it again until the summoner's divine essence ran out. It was also a summon, but the ghoul's combat strength was peak 7th level divine body realm. When they charged out, the destruction they caused was too great. The motley crew also began to suffer casualties. Little Gold, Long Chin, Yu Fanghua, Cold Plum, and the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City all began to fight. However, Ling Xiao had them stand inside the city, protected by the formations and the cannon fodder army. It would be safer to destroy the enemy. After all, there were too many enemies. although they hadn't discovered a top-level existence yet. Who could guarantee that this existence wasn't hiding in the dark to prepare a sneak attack? Since they had the advantage of defense, Ling Xiao wouldn't let it go. How is this a motley crew? They're simply a bunch of lunatics. Yeah, this is too scary. They're completely unafraid of death. When the people in the battle saw the motley crew's reaction, they were all rather shocked. That's normal. This battle is their only chance to change their lives. If they don't change their lives, living might be worse than death. That's why they're so desperate and so crazy. Ling Xiao sighed emotionally. The motley crew over there roared as they charged. Soon, a ghoul was already killed. Although the ghoul was powerful, it couldn't defeat the densely packed locusts. Luckily, these guys aren't valued, and the weapons in their hands are inferior to ours. Otherwise, we'll lose this battle for sure. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. His previous judgment was right. He made the right bet. Although it was very dangerous, if nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to win. The cannon fodder army collided with the Divine Nation army and began a fierce battle. Two magnificent torrents set off monstrous waves. This was a true epic battle, even surpassing the battle in the Heaven Holy Land. A series of explosions were heard. Terrifying vibrations came one after another. The corpses of the cannon fodder fell like raindrops. Most of them didn't even have the chance to attack before they were shattered by the powerful airflow. The difference in strength was too great. There was nothing they could do. This was the reason why Ling Xiao didn't use Hell's Gate before. Only when defending the city would it be effective. With them as cannon fodder, the attacks from behind could kill the motley crew. Chapter 5046. Cannon fodder was cannon fodder in the end. They couldn't hold off the enemy for long. Soon, a hole was torn in the cannon fodder line. A large number of soldiers rushed to the front of Heaven's Wall City. Kill him. Kill that bastard. Naturally, there were also experts among the motley crew. There were also people with keen eyesight. They discovered Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao was the one who'd changed the battle. The cannon fodder army, the ghouls, the formations, and the diagrams. All of them were Ling Xiao's handiwork. Therefore, killing Ling Xiao became the key. In an instant, a large number of soldiers pounced on Ling Xiao and broke through the city walls. They completely ignored the attacks inside the city. Wave after wave of attacks. Ling Xiao felt that if Heaven's Wall City's defensive formation was attacked like this, it would be broken in a very short time. Therefore, a fierce light shone from his eyes as he stepped out of Heaven's Wall City. He transformed into an enormous, deathless bird of hell. Raging fire burned the sky. A large number of mobs were burned in the hellfire, screaming in agony. More than 10,000 people died in the blink of an eye. These people were all Divine Nation's Divine Body Realm experts. After burning them to death, Ling Xiao's universe of tyrants absorbed their energy to maintain the formation's effects. Although these mobs were on par with the Divine Body Realm experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they seemed to have the power of a different law in their bodies. After merging with Ling Xiao's body, soul, and divine origin were constantly changing and strengthening. This made him realize that although this battle was a crisis, it was also an opportunity for him. A great opportunity. This was his first time fighting a cultivator who truly possessed the power of eternal Divine Nation's laws. Even Lotus Flower didn't count. After all, the Lotus Flower had been sealed in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for a long time. The power of eternal Divine Nation's laws had long been erased. Ling Xiao believed that after this battle, even if his cultivation didn't improve, there would be great changes in all aspects. At the very least, after entering eternal Divine Nation, he would be more adaptable than anyone else. The huge hell undying bird released hellfire every time. Every time Ye waved his sharp claws, a large number of warriors of the army of gods would die tragically. However, these guys didn't seem to be afraid of death as they continued to charge over. Seeing Ling Xiao was like seeing a treasure. Let's fight together. Xiao Jin roared and took the lead to transform into a giant golden crow and rushed out of the Heaven's Wall City. He fought alongside Ling Xiao. In the Heaven's Wall City, he was unable to display his full combat strength. After all, he could only attack from a distance. What he loved the most was close-range combat. After that, Long Qin, Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, and even Qin Huang rushed out. The remaining people continued to provide support in Heaven's Wall City. The combat effectiveness of these young people stunned the deity legion. They kept killing the divine army that was rushing over, and until now, no one had been injured. Of course, this was due to the protection of the invincible ape deity array. More importantly, they themselves were very powerful. Not only was his cultivation powerful, but his combat experience and combat prowess were also all around powerful. Damn it, what's wrong with those lowly mortals? Why are they so strong? They're even scarier than Tian Xinglia. We're a deity legion. We can't lose to them. Rumble. Finally, after Ling Xiao and the others killed hundreds of thousands of mobs, someone could no longer sit still. A fierce general climbed out of the vortex. He was 1,000 meters tall and wielded an enormous axe. With a swing of his axe, he could split mountains and rivers in half. Terrifying gales raged in the sky above Heaven's Wall City. This fierce general had reached the 7th level of the divine physique realm. He should be one of the best among the motley crew, an existence that led millions of motley crew. What incredible strength! Though his cultivation isn't as high as Tian Xinglia's, his strength and destructive power are many times stronger than Tian Xinglia's. But at the end of the day, you're still trash from Eternal Divine Nation. If I can't beat you, then I'll be the one to take you down. If you can't beat me, how am I supposed to survive in Eternal Divine Nation? Ling Xiao snorted and turned into a dazzling ray of light. Like a meteor from the heavens, he streaked across the sky in an instant. The tip of the axe was the beak of the phoenix that crimson blood had transformed into. This is impossible. The ray of light that streaked across the sky not only destroyed the axe, but also pierced through the enemy general's head. The air trembled violently. The sound of an explosion echoed through the universe. One of the 3 great experts of the mobs had been killed by Ling Xiao in an instant. It was unheard of. After killing this ferocious general, Ling Xiao discovered that the beast god bloodline in his body had actually increased in strength. All of his martial souls had risen to the same level as his cultivation. Is it because everyone in Eternal Divine Nation is a believer of the 12 beast gods? Ling Xiao didn't know why, but he could feel his strength skyrocketing. He'd thought that his talent level would decrease after coming to Eternal Divine Nation. This was because the martial artists here were more talented. But in that case, it shouldn't drop by much. Damn it, this monster is too scary. Everyone, listen up. Let's kill him together. Ling Xiao had killed one of the 3 great experts of the mobs. Naturally, it attracted more attention. People gradually realized that Ling Xiao was not only the most important person, but also the most terrifying one. If they couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then they would be in great danger. If Ling Xiao had been alone, he might have been exhausted to death in the face of so many warriors of the divine army. But he had brothers and sisters and helpers. He wasn't the only powerful cultivator here. Add to that the effects of the formations and diagrams, it wouldn't be easy for the divine army to kill Ling Xiao. Let's work together and kill this monster. The remaining 2 great experts of the mobs finally joined forces. They knew that no matter which one of them faced Ling Xiao alone, they wouldn't have a chance of winning. If they wanted to win, they had to work together. The 2 of them gathered their strength together. A huge longsword materialized in the air. The longsword wasn't real. It was formed by dense divine origin and the power of laws. The longsword was 1,000 meters long. It was enormous. In an instant, it slashed toward Ling Xiao, piercing through the entire sky. It killed countless cultivators who were cannon fodder. It even killed a zombie at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. It arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Interesting. Let's see if your sword or my body is harder. Ling Xiao snorted and extended his left hand. The hand of eternal life emitted a dazzling light. Buzz. The space-breaking hand instantly blocked the giant sword and collided with the power of the sword edge. Violent energy scattered in all directions. A large number of cannon fodder and cultivators of the divine army were killed. You're only SOSO even if you work together. Have a taste of my attack. Reverse God Art. 9-word style. Kill. Ling Xiao pierced the void with the reverse god sword in his right hand. 9 sword rays shone brightly. The 2 top experts of the mobs were scared out of their wits. He actually used other cultivators as his shields. He barely managed to save his life. Chapter 50-47. Ling Xiao realized that he had really become much stronger. After absorbing the power of laws of these guys, if he were to encounter an expert like Tian Ming Lai again, he probably wouldn't be in such a tough battle like before. Can you escape? The moment you make a move, you're already dead. Trap them. With Ling Xiao's roar, Ling Xiao's 3 avatars appeared behind the 2 fierce generals at the same time. They imprisoned them. Even though this process wouldn't last long, it was still much longer than time stop. After all, Ling Xiao's 3 avatars had absorbed the power of Lotus Flower's 3 avatars. They had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao passed through layers of obstacles and arrived in front of the 2 fierce generals. With the Void God Sword in his right hand and the Crimson Blood Demon Sword in his left, he stabbed the 2 generals at the same time. The Void God's sword roared, and the energy of one of the generals surged into it, turning him into a shriveled corpse in an instant. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword was filled with murderous intent, and the other person exploded. He couldn't be more dead. Ling Xiao had killed the 3 valiant generals at the head of this motley crowd of 3 million. In an instant, they no longer looked as if they were going to die. Many of them even began to flee, afraid that they would be involved in this disaster. Begin the counterattack. Everyone, attack. At this moment, the army of Heaven's Wall City attacked. At the same time, the warriors of Giant Dragon Valley also attacked. The 2 armies merged into one. The army of gods was forced to flee. They left behind millions of dead people to retreat. The vortexes in the sky suddenly disappeared one by one. The warriors of Giant Dragon Valley weren't as tightly organized as Heaven's Wall City. They advocated free cultivation. It wasn't easy to gather together. Previously, when they saw how powerful the army of gods was and how the people of Heaven's Wall City fled without fighting, they naturally wouldn't come out to die. But this time, they saw Ling Xiao leading the army of Heaven's Wall City back, and Ling Xiao actually defeated the 3 leaders of the mob in one fell swoop. They knew that the opportunity to counterattack had arrived, so they came in. No matter what, Ling Xiao was very grateful that the people of the Giant Dragon Valley were willing to help. However, Jin Lin, who had gone to the 4 regions and 9 worlds last time, seemed to have disappeared. He asked around and was told that Goldscale had become a seed as well. He'd followed the messenger to Eternal Divine Nation a long time ago. Ling Xiao also received another piece of news. The group attacking Skywall City was a group of cultivators who'd been sent to the borders by Eternal Divine Nation. These exiles hoped that one day they could rebel. The purpose of attacking Heaven's Wall City was to replenish a large number of cannon fodder slaves. It didn't have much to do with the orthodox Eternal Divine Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go to Eternal Divine Nation after the battle. No matter what, this battle was won beautifully. Relying on the arrangements made by Ling Xiao in advance, they did not lose a single soldier. It was a complete victory. This battle seemed very short, but in fact it lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The end of the war brought Ling Xiao's departure to Eternal Divine Nation much closer. Ling Xiao handed over the task of repairing Skywall City to Qin Huang. The cultivators of the Giant Dragon Valley returned to the depths of the mountains. They still preferred to live close to nature. Ling Xiao didn't force them to do so. As for the few of them who were treated as seeds, they began to cultivate again. They converted everything they'd gained from the battle into their own strength. 7 days later, everyone emerged from closed-door cultivation. Even his cultivation base had improved slightly. In that moment, Ling Xiao saw a vortex open in the sky again. It was different from the black vortex from before. This time, the vortex was golden. A person walked out, calling himself the Divine Nation's messenger. Ling Xiao hadn't planned on going to Eternal Divine Nation with his own group, but the envoy had been the first to arrive. But after the battle with the Divine Army, he'd learned that the area bordering Skywall City was actually a place of exile from Eternal Divine Nation. It was similar to the western regions of old. He had a grudge against these fellows. If he forced his way through, who knew what trouble he'd run into? He didn't want to take risks when he was unfamiliar with the place. Thus, he chose to wait for the messenger's arrival. "You're not bad. Let me introduce myself. I'm Suhai. I'm your messenger. I didn't believe Master Manjin when he said that you kids were special, but after the fierce battle a few days ago, I've changed my opinion of you. If not for the 1 month we agreed to give you, I would have come early. All right, you can call me Big Brother Suhai. After all, I'm much older than you." Suhai didn't seem as aloof as Su Mangjin. However, he called her Master Manjin. Her status in Eternal Divine Nation must be much higher than Suhai's. "You flatter us, messenger. That battle taught us that there's always someone better than us out there. I hope Big Brother Suhai can give us some pointers." Ling Xiao smiled. "Not really, but if there's anything I can help with, please let me know. If it doesn't go against my principles, I'll help you. I'm sure you already know that there are 12 sacred cities in Eternal Divine Nation. I should remind you that they're only the sacred cities of the human race. The conflict between races in Eternal Divine Nation is much more serious than in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the past, the sacred dynasty ruled the world and thousands of races stood in great numbers. They were all called humans. Unfortunately, the sacred dynasty has been destroyed. The conflicts that had been suppressed in the past have resurfaced once again. Eternal Divine Nation may not be the paradise you imagine it to be. Think carefully. If you go, you won't be able to come back for a while. Either he would succeed or he would die. There, the weak have no right to live." Suhai's tone suddenly turned serious. Perhaps he found Ling Xiao and the others pleasing to the eye, so he added a few more words. "Humans, listen carefully. That's the true human race, not the general term for them. Beasts. They're the same as the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but much stronger. See, although Eternal Divine Nation is located in the Eternal Desert, the lakes there are comparable to oceans. That's why the sea race is a major presence. Soul, a mysterious race that cultivates secret methods. Their appearance is the closest to humans. There's almost no difference between them. Elemental. This is a special race. They have the fewest members, but their strength is not to be underestimated. Basically, Eternal Divine Nation consists of these 5 races. The 12 sacred cities are the sacred cities of the human race. You don't need to know about the other races for now. Take your time to learn about them. All right, I've said enough. It's time to go." From Suhai's words, Ling Xiao could tell that there were more than 5 races in Eternal Divine Nation. However, these 5 races were the largest and most prosperous. The more he knew, the more ignorant Ling Xiao found himself to be. Moving from one place to another was like a big fish swimming from a pond to the ocean. He suddenly realized how insignificant he was. However, he was also very excited. There would definitely be more and more exciting things waiting for him. Chapter 5048. He stepped into the golden vortex with Suhai. In the next moment, they were already tens of thousands of kilometers away. Looking in the direction of Heaven's Wall City, all they could see was a desolate land. That was probably where the Eternal Divine Nation had been exiled. It stretched as far as the eye could see from here. If they wanted to truly open a path to Eternal Divine Nation from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they had to conquer this place. Thankfully, the cultivators there weren't too strong. Perhaps they'd have a chance soon. In any case, the 4 regions and 9 worlds had obtained a portion of Eternal Divine Nation's laws. The cultivators there had both increased their cultivation speed and upper limit. Perhaps the task of opening this path would be left to the geniuses led by Hai Myung-ko. "Let's go. We're still in the desert, far away from Eternal Divine Nation. Follow me closely." Suhai called out to Ling Xiao and took to the air, flying forward. The others followed closely. There were many dangers in the Eternal Desert. Not only did they have to face powerful monsters along the way, but they also had to fend off terrifying black storms. The black storms were powerful enough to tear apart a divine body realm cultivator. Thankfully, they'd all reached a certain level of strength to avoid being hurt. With Suhai's help, they were safe. Ling Xiao now understood why Suhai had come. Without him, they would have died in this boundless desert before reaching eternal divine nation. Even if they didn't die, it would have taken them many years to reach their destination. He no longer had any worries about the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He was fully focused on his journey to eternal divine nation. It was going to be a magnificent journey. There was Dark Frost and Dong Huangyu. There was even Ling Yixue, the girl he'd had a crush on back on the Skydragon continent. Speaking of which, Ling Yixue should be his first love. She'd been by his side for a long time during those difficult times. Though she'd gone missing, the girl still had a place in Ling Zhao's heart. He'd been searching for her all this time. Finally, he'd received word that she was in eternal divine nation. No matter what, he was satisfied to see the girl happy. There were also traces of his grandfather, Hong Qi, here. Was Hong Qi still in eternal divine nation, or had he left for the next continent? He wasn't sure. However, there must be traces of his grandfather's life. There might even be clues about his biological parents, Ji Fuling, Yu Xinyue. These two were brilliant and mysterious figures in the history of the Sacred Dynasty. He really wanted to know what they looked like and what kind of people they were. In addition, he had to fulfill the Massacre Emperor's last wish. Although the other party didn't force him, since he had received benefits from the other party, he wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Moreover, in his heart, the Massacre Emperor was a true hero. He had exposed the ancient race's conspiracy and resisted their oppression. He'd been mistaken for a traitor, a lunatic, and a psychopath by eternal divine nation. Until now, he had been discredited. Although the Massacre Emperor didn't care, he only cared about what he had done. But Ling Xiao cared. Heroes should not be cursed forever. Heroes should be worshipped in eternal divine nation. Although he knew it would be difficult to accomplish, when had Ling Xiao ever been afraid of difficulties? What was this compared to his grand ambition of unifying the mystic world? Eternal divine nation was but a small step on his path to accomplishing his grand ambition. If he couldn't even take this step, then what was the point of talking about his dreams? It would be a joke. The flight was a bit boring. Because of Su Hai's presence, danger didn't befall them for a long time. Ling Xiao asked Su Hai a few questions about eternal divine nation. It was just a simple message. He felt that with Su Hai's personality, he wouldn't refuse. What he didn't expect was that Su Hai was actually a chatterbox. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Ling Xiao only asked one question, and Su Hai went on and on. This was good, though. Ling Xiao didn't have to open his mouth. Su Hai smiled. I've taken in many seedlings, including Dark Frost, Jin Lin, and Dong Huangyu, whom you know. Among them, Dong Huangyu is the most talented young fellow I've ever seen. Even I'm afraid of her cultivation speed. They've asked me the same question. First, I want to tell you that my mission is only to send you to eternal divine nation. I won't force you to join any holy city. Secondly, I'm a human, so I only take in human seedlings. This time, I took in Little Gold and Long Chun because of Master Mengjin. However, you must remember that the relationship between the human and beast oases is very bad. It can even be described as an abyss of suffering. The two of them may be attacked in the human oases. Find a way to hide them when you get there. This is an important reminder. Next, I'll give you a brief rundown of Eternal Divine Nation's situation. Although Ling Xiao and the others were very concerned about his reminder, they did not say anything and continued to listen. According to Su Hai, Eternal Divine Nation encompassed thousands of oases. To be precise, the 12 holy cities only existed in human oases. However, most of the cultivators in the 4 regions and 9 worlds didn't know this. They thought that Eternal Divine Nation was human territory and one of the 12 holy cities. That wasn't the case. Like the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Eternal Divine Nation, which was 100 times larger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds, had many alternate dimensions. They were also called minor worlds. However, those in Eternal Divine Nation called them universe worlds. There were many of them, but no one knew exactly how many there were. However, there were many more than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Some were simple secret realms, while others were inhabited by living beings. They were connected to the outside world. In this regard, it was no different from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was easier to understand if Eternal Divine Nation was an enlarged and strengthened version of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Oh, right. Eternal Divine Nation is what the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds call this place. Some cultivators who've been to the 4 regions and 9 worlds call it that. However, it's not actually a nation. To be more precise, it's more appropriate to call it the Eternal Divine Realm. That's what we call it. I hope you can change it a little, or you'll be easily recognized as cultivators from the outside world and bullied. Su Hai emphasized his reminder. Everyone nodded. Ling Xiao discovered that much of the information he'd received from the Emperor of Massacre was outdated. Come to think of it, the Emperor of Massacre had been asleep for tens of thousands of years. That was normal. Su Hai was someone who lived in Eternal Divine Nation. After all, he must know more about the current situation. Ling Xiao trusted his words very much. Along the way, Ling Xiao also observed Su Hai. This person was definitely the kind of person worth making friends with. Chapter 5049. I've highlighted the important points below. The Eternal Divine Realm is made up of countless oases that make up half of its surface area. The rest is desert. If you step into an unfamiliar desert, it'll be very dangerous. The path we're taking now is a safe passage that many people have explored. It's the least dangerous. Of all the oases, there are 6 that cover the largest areas. Aside from the 5 races, there's also the most mysterious oasis, which is occupied by the monsters. In addition to the oasis occupied by the demonic beasts, the other 5 clans also had countless oases of various sizes under their control. They're also known as the 5 Great Kingdoms. They're the Eternal Divine Nation of the humans, the Beast Dynasty of the beasts, the Soul Nation of the spiritlings, the Elemental Divine Realm of the elemental race, and the Sea Divine Realm of the oceanic race. Including the Monster Oasis, which is known as the Forbidden Land of the 5 races, there are 6 factions in the Eternal Divine Realm. It's worth mentioning that the Eternal Divine Realm is called the Eternal Divine Nation because it's ruled by the humans. That's because it's closest to the 4 realms and 9 worlds. The other 5 factions are further away. Even I haven't been there before. So if you want to go, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. Su Hai was a very kind person. Ling Xiao and the others were lucky to have received such a gentle elder brother's advice. Otherwise, they'd be dumbfounded to arrive at the Eternal Divine Realm without knowing anything. I don't know about the other factions, so I can't tell you. But I can give you a brief overview of the Divine Nation. The 12 sacred cities are the heritage cities of the 12 beast gods. They're also the 12 strongest factions in the human Divine Nation. But you're not qualified to enter the sacred cities. Not even I am. The 12 sacred cities are the core of the Divine Nation. Only the elites are qualified to enter. Elites are those who have reached the 7th level of the Divine Spirit Realm. You're only at the Divine Body Realm. Even if you enter the sacred cities, you won't be able to withstand the terrifying soul pressure. Only those who cultivate their souls to the 7th level of the Divine Spirit Realm will be able to enter. Then we'll have to wander around outside? Ling Xiao paused. That's not true. Aside from the 12 sacred cities at the core, there are 10 other sacred cities. There are also 108 martial kingdoms. The existence of the martial kingdom was to assist the 12 holy cities and nurture talents. You should know that among the gods of the Black Tortoise continent, there are other gods besides the beast god. Together, they created the Age of Gods in the Black Tortoise continent. After these deities died, their martial souls were transformed into martial souls that were as powerful as the beast god martial soul. Of course, the 12 primitive beast gods were superior to all deity martial spirits. To be exact, the martial kingdom was a martial spirit kingdom. There were a total of 108 martial kingdoms, and each martial kingdom had a different deity martial soul. A pure-blooded god martial spirit warrior was extremely powerful. These 108 countries were also constantly competing with each other and fighting against each other. All of you have different situations, so choosing which martial kingdom to join is very important. Ling Xiao, you are the strongest and the leader of these people. You have the beast god martial spirit, so the most suitable place for you is a martial country with the beast god inheritance. However, there were many such martial kingdoms. After all, there were not only one or two types of beast god martial spirits. You still have to choose carefully. The place I'm taking you to now is the Golden Martial Nation, which is closest to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Doesn't it sound familiar? That's because it has the Golden God inheritance. The Golden Skies of the 4 regions and 9 worlds is a branch of this martial kingdom. That's why it's the oldest martial kingdom in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. After hearing Su Hai's explanation, Ling Xiao had a clearer idea of where to go. It seemed that it would be impossible to go directly to the holy city of Massacre. Just like when he'd first set foot in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he was now a minuscule existence in the eternal divine realm. He had to start from the basics. Let's start with the Golden Martial Nation. Alright, that's the gist of it. I have one last thing to add. From the 4 regions and 9 worlds to the eternal divine realm, you must change your perception. Perhaps you've already noticed that the closer you get to the eternal divine realm, the stronger the laws become. Our flying speed and altitude are both severely affected. Ling Xiao, let's take you as an example. With your strength, you can easily destroy a city or a mountain in the 9 realms of the 4 regions. But in the eternal divine realm, you might not even be able to break a tree. I won't explain further. Since you've experienced similar situations, you should understand this. The weaker the laws, the easier it is for the eternal divine realm to collapse. The Skydragon continent is an abandoned place. If the laws there remain weak, it might cease to exist within 100 years. Our Maelstrom continent's laws are much stronger. Even so, it might cease to exist in a few thousand years. The Black Tortoise continent's cultivators have always strived to break through their limits in order to break through the barriers of the laws, so that the Black Tortoise continent can exist for a while longer. Su Hai's mood sank as he spoke. On the other hand, Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice that he'd changed the laws of the Skydragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent, so that they were closer to the Black Tortoise continent. He hadn't thought that he'd unintentionally saved the lives of these continents. We're here. Su Hai suddenly stopped talking about the eternal divine realm, his expression turning solemn. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt his body become incomparably heavy. It was almost as if he was falling. His speed slowed to a crawl. It seemed that Su Hai's words were true. He'd set foot on the eternal divine realm's territory. It was a new world, and its powerful laws suppressed him, making it hard for him to breathe. Everyone landed on the ground. They were in a vast grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. It looked no different from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but every blade of grass and every grain of soil contained a different power of law. As long as one was a martial artist, they could clearly feel it. Every seed has to go through trials and tribulations in order to grow. This is how we treat seeds. Although I'd like to take you directly to where I live, there's nothing I can do about it. Take this. You can contact me at any time, but it can only be used 3 times. When the time comes, I'll appear to resolve your problems. Before Su Hai left, he gave Ling Xiao a whistle. According to him, he'd appear as soon as Su Hai blew the whistle, but it could only be used 3 times. Ling Xiao held the whistle in his hand and bowed deeply to Su Hai. Big Brother Su Hai. Big Brother Su Hai, thank you very much. When I become successful in the future, I won't forget your kindness. There's no point in saying all this. As long as you become successful, it'll be the greatest repayment to me. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Walk forward from here, and you'll reach a city that belongs to the Golden Martial Kingdom. You're on your own now. Su Hai glanced at Ling Xiao, then tore through the air and disappeared into the distance. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 50-50. After Su Hai left, Ling Xiao and the others finally had the chance to carefully examine their surroundings. Perhaps it was because they were on a flat plain, but their field of vision was extremely wide. In the distance, there were mountains and beautiful blue waves. The landscape was picturesque. It was truly breathtaking. I can't use cosmic and void-shattering powers for now. The time and space laws here are too strong. It looks like I'll have to continue increasing my cultivation to regain those powers. Ling Xiao tried to condense cosmic and void-shattering powers. Naturally, he failed. This made him even more certain that the laws of the eternal divine realm were much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Every blade of grass, every tree, every snake, insect, rat, and ant here was much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Although they weren't that tall, any random blade of grass was equivalent to a 7-patterned imperial weapon from the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Suddenly, he realized something. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword's dragon patterns were much clearer and larger than those of the treasures of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. He didn't know why before, but now he knew. A 10-patterned imperial weapon from the 4 realms and 9 worlds was only a single dragon pattern in the eternal divine realm. Thus, those patterns were called divine dragon patterns in the eternal divine realm. A single divine dragon pattern was equivalent to 10 divine dragon patterns. The blades of grass were as strong as a 7-patterned imperial weapon, but not as strong as a single divine dragon pattern. As for the cultivators of the land of exile, they weren't qualified to possess an imperial weapon with divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao checked the treasures on his body. The Hand of Immortality, the Void God Sword, and the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. These were the only treasures he had. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword had 3 divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao couldn't wield it at all. The Void God Sword and the Hand of Immortality were both divine dragon patterns. Although Ling Xiao couldn't unleash their full power with his current cultivation, he could at least use them. Little Gold's Flaming Meteor and Cold Plum's Lightning Spear had both become divine dragon patterns. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew across the plains. The wind was not very strong. It was only comparable to a breeze in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was only strong enough to blow up the leaves and grass. But it was this breeze that cut through the skin of Cold Plum and Yufanghua. Although it was only a small wound, it was still too terrifying to be able to cut through the skin of a martial artist at the peak of the divine physique echelon. The strength of this breeze had probably already surpassed the attacks of many 7th-level divine physique echelon martial artists. What a terrifying world. If a mere breeze were to blow into the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it would be able to easily kill a 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. They're not on the same level at all. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. Not only did the laws affect nature, they also affected living beings. The bodies of eternal divine realm cultivators were far stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. A cultivator from the eternal divine realm could easily kill a cultivator from the 4 realms and 9 worlds, even if they were at the same level of cultivation. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. He had already absorbed a large amount of the power of laws from the eternal divine realm cultivators and gradually adapted to this world. Little Gold was also special. After absorbing the attacks of the eternal divine realm cultivators, he had also adapted to this environment. Long Chun was a true dragon. A dragon's adaptability was extremely strong, so it was not a problem. Yu Fenghua's injury earlier had already triggered the automatic protection of the Moon Lady in her body. The Moon Lady was a big shot in the mystic world from 100,000 years ago. Adaptability was also not a problem. Cold Plum's reaction was also extremely fast. She released the ancient war tree and forcibly extracted the power of laws of nature. About half an hour later, she also adapted to it. The fact that they had been able to follow Ling Xiao until now meant that they were all special. This was definitely not a coincidence. Xiao, what do we do next? Do we listen to Su Hai and go to the Golden Martial Nation? Yu Fenghua looked at Ling Xiao and asked. That's right, boss. If we stick together, we'll quickly make a name for ourselves. Little Gold smiled. Let's listen to Su Hai first and find the nearest city to familiarize ourselves with this world. We used to be like this in the past, didn't we? Little Gold, Long Chun, I'll have to trouble you two to hide in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring first. Su Hai said that the human divine nations here are not very friendly to beasts like you. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I'll have to trouble you too. Ling Zhao's Dongsheng Emperor Ring was now a little outdated and could not keep up with his increase in strength. It could not keep up with the changes in the environment, but it could still be used. Ling Xiao planned to make a new storage ring for each of them. At the very least, it had to be suitable for use in the eternal divine territory. How boring. Little Gold pursed his lips and said, Boss, we have to think of a way. Maybe there's a treasure that can block the demonic aura. This guy definitely liked to play outside, but he still listened to Ling Xiao. He did not want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. The beasts were also known as the Yao. Yao referred to the beasts in human form, and beast referred to the beasts in human form. Therefore, the aura of the beast was also known as demonic aura. When we reach the city ahead, I'll look for it for you. I can't let you stay in there forever. Ling Xiao nodded. He did not know where the beast dynasty was. He could not let Little Gold go there in a short time. A treasure that could block the demonic aura might be a good choice. He did not know if there was a heavenly dragon trading company in the eternal divine territory. As a super VIP, it should not be a problem to get a few treasures. The heavenly dragon trading company's business was all over the mystic world. It should be in the eternal divine territory. Speaking of which, he had a deep impression of the heavenly dragon trading company's owner, Yunya. This woman had always been mysterious. It seemed that she would appear when he was not in a place. Ling Xiao could not figure out her true cultivation at all. But every time he saw Yunya, it seemed that Yunya's cultivation would become stronger. Ling Xiao even suspected that Yunya's strength might be very strong. However, due to the laws, she couldn't display her true strength under a certain law. If her strength exceeded the laws, it would cause the collapse of space-time. After Little Gold and Long Chun entered the Dongsheng Emperor Ring, Ling Xiao set off with Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum. Walking on the grassland, they breathed in the rich spiritual qi. It really made people feel relaxed and happy. The two girls held hands and chatted. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and paid close attention to the changes in his surroundings. This was their first time here. They did not know if there was any danger. It was right to be careful. The nearest city was only a mile away. If this was the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao would arrive in an instant. But now, his Tai Chi eye could only see about 100 meters away from him if he was looking at an object. If there were no objects, he should be able to see a mile away. Even if he flew at full speed, it would take a few minutes. The key was that it consumed a lot of stamina and divine essence. Ling Xiao chose to walk. Firstly, it was to save stamina and divine essence to deal with unexpected situations. Secondly, it was to avoid overlooking dangerous things. There's a situation. Everyone, be careful. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.